Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappelville, and I think it's a welcome back to Middle Earth too, because we're going to be painting some more Easterlings. This is one of the brand new Easterling heroes. Here's the other one. Well, there's more on the way, because, defense in the north, all that good stuff, that's coming. I think I'll do this maybe as a YouTube vid, but this is going to be one that we try and paint here today. And of course, we're going to want to do some of that freehand on there, like so. Something like that. And again, we're gonna do our same dark blue color scheme, and you see the marble that we've got on this. We're gonna do that on here as well. So I think we're all pretty much set here. Colors are, well, nothing unusual here. Pretty much the same old, same old. Hey, Landrast and Valfera, how you doing? And thanks so much, Blades. I appreciate that. Actually, Blades, yeah, thanks. I can't wait to eat one of these after the stream. Yeah, this is the first thing I'm gonna munch on as soon as this stream is over. Gonna be snarfing that thing down for sure. Thanks so much, Blades. Really appreciate that. And of course, looking forward to trying out the syrup on some pancakes and waffles, cause both, right? So Valfera, how you doing? Landrast, yeah, we're gonna get some more Easterlings going here. Gonna get us some more Easterlings going. And Crazy Wolf, nice to see you. And Dark Dan again. Okay, I'm glad that you're doing okay there. That Blades, that's all gone. That has all been eaten. That was really good. Actually, the last time we had the Kraft macaroni and cheese, I couldn't tell you when. It's been a long, long, long time. It's mostly just the house brand or whatever you want to call it, the generic brand. So Crazy Wolf, nice to see you too. Well, Veil Ferret's still pretty much the same. Still very much, and I think it's just going to be the same for a while, right? Because that's how that goes. I mean, I still have that cough too myself. All right, Crazy Wolf. Well, we should still be still be around when you get back. So there you go. There's a nice example of it right there. So yeah, Velfair, I think it's going to be that way for a while, unfortunately. Now on the palette here, we do have a couple of the radiants: turquoise, blue, violet, green. Actually, it's the radiant lemons sitting over there too. I keep forgetting about that. Kind of replenished on some of the darker ones like the indigo, the Van Dyke brown, and this is the one that you've got, Landrast. This is the Gamlin Van Dyke brown over here because, like I told you, I like this a lot. I got a second tube of it, right? It's just I use this when I think I want to save not the Windsor Newton, the Williamsburg stuff. So yeah, I've actually used this a ton. Just every so often I try to throw you off, right? Well, thanks, Phil Fair. Hey, Dano, how you doing? Speaking of, I mean, yeah, Dano, and two, because there was so much of the radiance used on this, I think this is all just like totally dry here. And you notice there's no shininess to this. If we used ultramarine blue, this would be all completely shiny here, but there is zero shininess to any of this as far as just the actual, glossiness of the paint. Uh, oh, Jägermeister. Oh boy, that would be, boy. Actually, Jägermeister. Jägermeister is something that I've been given at conventions to help with my voice. Yeah, and it did the trick. It cleared up the voice right away. It was like cough medicine, right? Hey, Ranzarok, how you doing? So Ranzarok, that's one of the Patreon videos. That's the newest chapter study video, and this just went up earlier today. So about 3 hours ago or so, I think, 3, 4 hours ago, this was put up onto the Patreon page. Let me see. So I think we're all caught up there. All right, no problem, Blades, no problem. So again, we're looking to do this freehand here, right, on the cloak, such as it is. We'll have to figure out the best way to approach that. I think, well, we got the dragon symbol there. Maybe we wrap that around our Eye of Sauron. So maybe something like that. Maybe we do that symbol there, but have our Eye of Sauron in the center of that. We wanted to obviously kind of go along with these, right? So I think we're all good. All right, and of course we've got our Prussian blue over here, which definitely is going to be part of the robes, Indian yellow, and of course we got some marble that we're going to have to do. Now last night was this one. This was the Lethal Shadows gaming miniature right here. That was really fun. We did some quickie little freehand on it there too. So that was very interesting. We'll let that dry. We'll get our snow effects on it there. So let's see. I just want to say hello to everybody. Hello to everybody. Let's start with some Van Dyke Brown here. Maybe a little bit of the black spinel, whatever. Whatever. We'll just put that down here. Put that down here. We'll probably do sort of a multiple phase to our preglaze on this thing. Because, yeah, we want to get some of the indigo in there. Also want to get some of the Indian yellow in there. And I've kind of figured out a way, I think, to work in stuff like Indian yellow without necessarily having to wipe that away. And then just, well, end up getting it all stuck into say, our indigo or Prussian blue pre-glaze. Okay, there you go. There's that. So thanks again, Blades, for all the tasty treats there. Those are much appreciated. Because seriously, pretty much all of the other tasty treats, they've all been consumed. Yeah, those are all gone. So it's really nice to have those. And yes, the mac and cheese, that's what was for dinner. Well, sort of lunch dinner, kind of, sort of. So if you're talking about the acolytes right here, all of these were done on stream. I think there's 4 of them. Yeah, here you go. So yeah, all 4 of these were done on stream. Some of them not all that long ago. And we did, as you can see, we did a little bit of a tattoo type of a thing for them right there. All right, let's just wipe some of this stuff away here. Like so. Yeah, something like that. There we are. Now, Valfira has the other project. I'm kind of hoping that wasn't the thing where there was a snafu, where, say, something might have fallen and gone boom or something like that. When you mentioned that the other day, that was the first thing that came to mind was, oh my gosh, I hope there were no accidentes or anything like that that happened when you were working on the giant hand, the base or the platform, pedestal, I guess, for your, well, very gigantic figure. I'm going to grab a little bit of this here. A little bit of the radiant, no, sorry, some of the brown matter. We'll do that first here. Just, I don't know, let's just shove some of that down in here. A little bit of the Van Dyke brown. Like we do. And we'll wipe this away. Then we'll put some of our Prussian blue in there. And then we'll try and go the other way around if we can. Yeah, let's put some of this over here. I'm going to get a little bit of that Van Dyke brown because, of course, a lot of that's just going to kind of get wiped away. We have to remember where our magenta's going to go. Well, that's our purplish color there on the headdress, I suppose. This, the heck with it, I'm just going to hit it with this too. Any kind of blue that goes into the background of this, we can do that later. We'll do that later. First, just want to make sure we hit all this stuff. It's just pre-glaze, right? That's all it is, just pre-glaze. Oh, you know what? I'm going to mess around with a little Egyptian violet here. Something like that. Because why not? I broke and retouched a couple of small pieces on the blue part. Boy, Valfera, I swear we're going to have some kind of 24-hour guard or protection or something like that on all of your stuff. It just keeps things just keep happening to them. We're gonna have to get some kind of massive surveillance, or like museums have, where it's all just in some kind of vacuum, enshrined in some kind of vacuum case or something like that, where nothing can get to it. Rascal, a rhyme. Nice to see you. So we're just gonna take away a little bit of this, and not to be too much. You can see how much of that comes off, but if I try not to do too rigorous of a removal here, some of it stays behind. Look, we got some smaller sponges too. Okay, we've got that. Take some more of that away. We're getting there. I think we're almost set to do our blues, a Prussian blue and stuff. So Landrest, you were saying that just as the movie was starting, that's when we got underway here, which it was perfectly planned, perfectly executed plan right there. And let's just grab something that we can use to slap that indigo in place. / Prussian blue. Some indigo, some Prussian blue. Boy, what a piece of junk that brush was. That's the brush that came with the scale 75s, the flow oil paints. Hey, happy heretic. Nice to see ya. Well, happy Saturday and all that. I keep thinking that it's Friday because this is it's not the usual start time, but of course this is pretty much when we started last Saturday, which is kind of hilarious to think of. That, yeah, it was this time last Saturday that we got started. Well, actually, it was a little earlier than this. It was 6. Oh, yeah, we're going to have to get the underside of this, too. So, Prussian blue, indigo, blue here. And, of course, I'm sure on all the Lord of the Rings things I'm going to hear, Easterlings aren't blue. Just like, remember the Rohan Royal Guard? That was the wrong shade of green. I'm just imagining that. All right, here, let's bring in some more of our dark blue. And I know you can't see any of this, but it just has to be done anyways. Gotta go in there anyhow. I know it's gonna hit the blade like this too, because reasons. Let's get this guy over here. And I do believe this is a female character as well. She's basically, I don't know if she's supposed to be a less expensive, more minor version of Amdur, or supposed to be an even bigger version of Amdur. And of course, I don't remember what the names of the characters are, but does it really matter? 2 brand new characters. Okay, that looks like we got everything covered. So we'll grab a sponge and start wiping this away. Believe it or not, this is the same Preglaze as this. Seriously, same Preglaze. Let's see. So Rasco, yeah, they've been talking about that. Oh my gosh, how many years now? Because of all the virus stuff and everything that impeded the production of it. Now that's going to start September 2nd or something like that of this year. Well, I'm looking forward to the War of the Rohirrim movie that's coming out in 2024. I think that's going to be really good. So that might answer your question. Yeah, let's just say they've run into a few issues. That has not gone well. It's kind of been disastrous from the start. I was hoping that it wasn't going to go, oh, what was that show that the 8th season just went kerplooey? What was that, the Game of Thrones or something like that? It's kind of headed in like a combo of that and what was that other thing, the Wheel of Time or whatever it was. It was based on a bunch of fantasy books. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to 2024, and of course, War of the Rohirrim. That it's going to be an animated movie, which should be very interesting. And you've got the folks that worked on the first trilogy. They're the ones as far as the art goes and the writing and stuff. So there we go, Preglaze in place. Now we were talking about that little bit of dry brushiness of the Indian yellow over the top. I can see a little bit of it here too. Can see a bit of it there. And we're going to throw some of that on here. There we are. Okay. I mean, the other thing too is I don't even know if I'm going to have time to watch it. I couldn't tell you the last TV show that I watched. I, I don't see any movies or anything like that either, so who knows, maybe by 2024 I'll be able to. Look at that, look at how that changes things. That is that Indian yellow is some intense stuff. My goodness. And of course it's a stain and color, so I could actually kind of come in here and do a little bit of secondary wiping away with the sponges too. Now, Rascal, where'd she go? Here she is. So this is Galadriel Warrior Princess right here. This is a miniature that somebody sculpted based on, well, what they saw from the photos. So this is, you'll be seeing Galadriel looking like this in that show. And of course, you know, hobbits, Gandalf, Elrond, Grima. I mean, I think they're just going to bring all that stuff back, even though it's all second age. At least it kind of sounds that way. Let's see. Well, let's see. Rascal, my last day off that I know of was in 1989. Somewhere around this time in 1989. That's the last time I can remember actually having an official day off. That was the Saturday and Sunday after graduating from the Academy of Art, and the following Monday, I started working down the street at a computer graphics studio. So yes, that Saturday and Sunday in 1989, those are the last days off that I can recall. So it's been a little while. Yeah, we managed to pass that by 33 years now. And as punishment says, actually punishment. Oh, I don't know if you were around last night, but I think there was that the topic came up of, you know, I always say that if I had a winning lottery ticket and I didn't have to paint for, you know, all the bills were paid. Basically, we'll just put it that way. Bills are paid, don't have to worry about it. You can bet I'm going to paint just as much as I do now. Only bonus feature, I get to keep everything. Now, the other thing we talked about is that I would have to claim eminent domain over the rest of the neighborhood here. Hey, Lime, how you doing? Basically, I'd have to knock down at least the surrounding houses on the next block or two, because we would build a giant warehouse just to store the miniatures. We would build another warehouse to store all the terrain, and then we would build a third warehouse that's just kind of like a gaming paradise, right? Where there's tables and music and lights and all kinds of fun stuff. So yeah, we would have to kind of, I think, take out about 3 to 4 city blocks to accomplish that. I'm sure the neighbors won't mind a bit. So that should work out pretty well. That's your eminent domain. Like I said, maybe kind of rework the neighborhood just a little bit. It might look a little different than it does now, but it's all for a good cause, which of course would be, well, me. So yes, the needs of everyone else. Wasn't that how that went in that Star Trek movie? The needs of everyone else get sacrificed for the needs of the one, especially the gaming and painting needs of the one. I think everything is subservient to that, especially when it comes to Lord of the Rings stuff, right, Loim? Especially when it comes to that. Hey, and of course, what would be on the walls? See that? We could just cover the walls in nothing but Lord of the Rings paintings. How does that sound? Big murals, giant murals. See, punishment is totally on board. So everybody go buy lottery tickets, because, I mean, that's a ideal investment. We'll all go buy lottery tickets. We'll all win fabulous prizes, and then we'll all start up game stores. Now, of course, you know, we'll have our own line of oil paints too. Yeah, you think I forgot about that? You think I forgot about that? I don't think so. All right, look at this here. Huh? It happens quick. Don't blink. Don't blink. Especially since this is one of the new Forgeworld figs, so you got some pretty tight details on here because it's well, brand new and Forgeworld. You can see just how difficult this is, right? I mean, this is insanely difficult, isn't it? Look at that. There we go. Let's get a little reflected light there. Let me see. Yeah, so Rascal, it's been a little while since the last day off. That's the last one that I can actually remember. Wasn't really super special, was it? Because I spent most of that Saturday and Sunday just trying to figure out uh, how different the equipment I was going to have to use would be. So yeah, it really wasn't exactly like a trip to Yosemite or Denali or something like that. That's for sure. Not quite the usual vacation that people think about when they have days off. All right, there we go. Look at that. See? Looky here. Does it have to be difficult? I don't think so. Don't think so. Look at that. That just took a few seconds, didn't it? Just a few seconds. I think we'll go with red on that down there if I remember it. We still have to get our magenta up there too. We'll hit some of our lighter blues here. Let's see what we can do in terms of a little, maybe our marble here. If I could get the brush in my hand. There we go. So the longest shot won on an 80 to 1. Punishment. Oh gosh, were you in the chat here when I was asking about the derby? And were there any super long shots? I was asking about long shots. And that's always hilarious, right? Right, punishment when that happens. Look at this. Looky here. We got ourselves a DiMarino in the house. DiMarino, how you doing? Thank you so much. That is very tasty. Thanks, DiMarino. Appreciate that. I hope that your Saturday's going good. It's been a while, so I was just going to ask you what sort of new stuff you might have been working on, because well, the Dacians are all complete. DiMarino, I still have no update yet on the Conquest stuff. For whatever reason, that's being sent from Spain or wherever I'm assuming that's where their main setup is, right? So who knows when that's going to get here? I tried using their tracking number. I just get kicked out of the site, so I have no idea when that's supposed to get here. I'm looking forward to it. I'll tell you that. Really looking forward to that. I think we're going to have some fun with those. Was it Old Dominion? Some of it was, and there was some of the Uruk stuff. And no, maybe it was just 100 Kingdoms. Might have just been 100 Kingdoms. Hopefully, maybe they'll send some of the old, like the cataphracts. That's the thing I really want, actually, because cataphracts, right? So thanks so much, D Marino. Appreciate that. Econmeister, yeah, it's funny because we talk about this all the time with the Preglaze, and I think it first happened with these guys. So this is one of my army painting series here on the Ossiarchs. You saw how the Preglaze went here? There were a bunch of folks that said, wait a minute, I could have just done the Preglaze, and that would have been good enough for me. Then I did the dry brushy thing like I'm doing now. They said, holy smokes, that would have been enough for me. So that's kind of the beauty of this here, is that you could just say, you know what, I've got 100 of these to do, that's good enough. If you say, you know what, I only have 30 of them to do, well, maybe I'll do the lighter stuff over the top, or I maybe even start to add extra little doodads like such. That's kind of the beauty of it, is that gives you the option of a little less, a little more, those kind of things. Yeah, happy heretic. I'm gonna have to make sad puppy dog eyes at them and just kind of, see if they'll send the old Dominion guys here, especially those cataphracts. So as soon as those show up, I have to start well, cranking out the painting videos and the live sessions on them, and get them all done, and say, all right, guys, they're all gone, they're all done. We need more. Give us cataphracts. Painting some eBay rescue Caesarean Romans. Boy, DiMarino. Oh gosh, these were some really old videos. Actually, it was a father and his son, and they were, well, playing Hail Caesar, but obviously they were using all kinds of different factions. And I think one of them was it was sort of like a your Jewish rebellion there, right? In Galilee it says so. There was some really nifty stuff that they were doing. Lots of mercenaries. Well, looky here. Look what we've got. We've got ourselves a Reiner raid. Reiner, how the heck are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. We're just getting underway here. Oh gosh, about 20 minutes. That's how long we spent on this. So everybody, I'm sure you're all following Reiner. Hey, Agusaku, nice to see you again too. It's been a little while. So this is one of the new, I mean, these were the new Forgeworld Easterlings. This is a newer Forgeworld Easterling before the newest Forgeworld Easterlings come along. And what we're going to be doing on the cloak here is a little bit of freehand, kind of to match that. And obviously you're the same blue and gold theme that we've done before. And of course, Reiner, if you got, I know you don't have pictures of what you were doing just right now, because you just finished a second ago, but I'm sure you got tons of Instas, pics and stuff of recent things that you could pop into the chat there, show everybody. Nice to see you again. Now, it's kind of funny because just yesterday, this was our stream right here. Lots of blues on this one too. We actually brought out the cobalt blue for this. Little quick freehand here on the cloak. And now here you can see, well, look at the difference between these two. So you can see kind of there's a much warmer touch to the golds there. Here much cooler, right? Because of all the surrounding, the ice and the whites and the grayish skin tone there. So even though kind of both gold, the surrounding colors actually have a bit of an influence on this. So that was our stream from yesterday. And everybody go please check out what Reiner just posted. Go check that out I think we're getting a little bit more of our lightest yellow here. Thanks, Agu. I appreciate that. Now, what is the process for that? So you have to, I have to click the live icon. It's basically like you're refreshing the stream in a way, and that way you actually get counted because, of course, Twitch has funny math, doesn't it? Doesn't it, Agu? Twitch has very funny math. Somehow it always works in their favor too. Yeah. Interesting how that works, isn't it? Interesting how that works. Look at this. We got ourselves a Drax. We have a Drax in the box. How you doing? Now, everybody, please give Drax a follow. So Drax usually streams, well, I know Monday through Wednesday. I keep forgetting if Sunday is still part of the schedule or not. But midnight Central Time, for sure, Monday through Wednesday. And so Drax, are you kind of off now on your own stuff? I know you were starting on some of the undead guys. I didn't actually get to see. I think you were doing some airbrushing the last stream that I saw. But there we see we're starting to work in some of our lights here. Some of those important lights. We'll have to come back in with some of our Terra Rosa to warm things up, like we were just talking about. I'll get the boots with something there. Now let me look at the marble here. So I'm going to come back in with the indigo and get some dark areas in our marble here. Adrian, nice to see you. Nice to see you, Adrian. So yeah, Agu, it's kind of weird, right? You do the raid, and it's like it doesn't count. It doesn't count you unless you do that. It's really weird. I have no idea why they do that. It just doesn't seem to make any sense. It would be much easier if they just said, "Oh, look, it's a raid. We'll just count these people as part of the viewership." But it's not quite how they do it, is it? So we're looking to do some of our nice little marble effect here. Let's get some darks over there. Bit of a multi-step process. It's even easier with the oils than it is with the acrylic. Not that it's difficult with the acrylics either, but generally even easier with the oils. And yes, this is oil paints here. 100% oil start to finish. That's how it always goes here. Let's see. So Reiner, what were you working on the stream there? And again, I hope it was a lot of fun. Let me look at. I'm gonna go with red on that. So we'll just make a quick little change here. We'll get some of our Fanchon red, a little Egyptian violet, not a lot. That was an awful lot there. We got these guys we need to get some on, and then this right here. So again, these are the new Forgeworld Easterlings here. Hey, green leaf. Green leaf. There's not going to be very much. I have a feeling that the month of May is going to be sort of sleep-free. Yeah, I think we're going to be devoid of sleep in the month of May. I can see it playing out that way. I just have a suspicious feeling that's how it's going to go. All right, Rainer. Well, got good luck getting the kid all asleep there. Right? We kids, we don't really want to fall asleep. We want to be awake all night long to keep the parents up all night long. Everybody, please check out the link that T Marino just posted to the new project. Okay, we've got those darkened down. We'll come back with our lights there too. Oh yeah, let's hit the center of this, and we'll try and get over to our freehand as quickly as we can. Let me just do a quick double check here. Yeah, the blue is at least there is just about where we need it to be. We're gonna let that set for just a few, and then we'll come back to that and get into some of our lighter stuff there. Let's use a little bit of cadmium over here. Just reasons. There. Now we're gonna see about the lighter portions. Or marble here. We'll use the radiant blue for that, because reasons. Because we want to get those nice little lighter veins, right? Let's do some more here. Now, do we need to go thinner or thicker? Looks like thinner sort of gets the job done. Maybe we'll go a little bit thicker here, see what that does. Now, I realize the cloak is also going to be in the way just a bit. So yeah, we actually had to go a little bit thicker there. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Normally you want thin over thick, but well, that surface is also a little more absorbent too, being, well, sculpey. So it's just been a little bit difficult. I'm sure that weather-wise for folks, it's been a challenge. It's certainly been a challenge here, weather-wise, no doubt. Definitely been one of those. I am going to take some of my Van Dyke brown here, and we're just going to start to darken a few of these edges here. And again, let's see, where's our, so again, there's some of the acrylic. You can see we did a little bit of freehand on their robes too. Typically on a Saturday, we're painting more multiple figures. Oh look, there's some terrain that we did. That's our first Easterling building. There's a barracks that I want to make for sure. Here, let's darken some of this down. Kind of changes the look of the marble just a bit. Again, that's mostly Van Dyke brown there. Mostly the Van Dyke brown. Now, of course, we've got some of the fabulous Preglaze Easterlings. It does look like Kerslick Miniatures. They are working on some Easterlings. Oh, I'm looking forward to those. Those could be pretty darn amazing. So I think, yeah, those Kerslick Easterlings, I'm looking forward to those guys. They're going to be really, really, really fun. All right, so we'll let that sit there for a while. We might even start to get a couple of lighter spots here on the cloak, especially on the top here. Just up here. Yeah, something like this. Don't want to get too much paint piled in there because well, we got freehand that's going to go in there. More paint that we pile up in there, the more of a challenge it'll be to get the freehand in there. Trying to avoid those unnecessary challenges. And this is how all of the miniatures start. They start very, very messy, right, with that preglaze. Looks absolutely hideous. And then you start to refine things, and in no time flat, poof, you really got something. And I think we were just talking about that, how the folks with some folks with the preglaze, they'll just say, you know what, the preglaze was, well, that was good enough. Now here, it's this pretty much the same thing we did with the blue here. It's the same thing I did here. This is the latest Patreon tutorial. I just put this up on the page. It's a little bit of freehand, as you can see. I mean, some very basic unit insignia and such, but very much the same idea here. The preglaze with some indigo, some Prussian blue, and then taking the same light blue that I'm putting on here. That is what we did on this. And this was how long? I don't know, about 110, 115 minutes long. That's it. Thanks, Jägermeister. It's one of a series. We've got a whole series of them. That was actually that was chapter 7. We call them chapter studies. As you can see, we're trying to cover all the major chapters: Dark Angels, Blood Angels. I just did Salamanders. That was episode 6. Now, of course, we did our own custom chapter right here. And these are all painted up on stream, and then some of them also were done on the Patreon page. And you can see, look, see that was the same thing that was done for the blue. Even the gold here, we did a lot of the same technique to do that. And here's another one. Now this one was actually a series of videos that was filmed for the Patreon page, and all done with the oils, all done wet into wet, just like what you see now. Yeah, I just want to move that out of the way. Oliver! Geez, Oliver. Boy, it's been a little while. How the heck are you doing? I know that everybody's schedule just keeps changing like crazy. So nice to see you again. All right. We need to reflect some blue here. How can we have all of this shiny gold and this none of it reflects down onto the gold, or the blue here? Sorry. Gotta reflect some of this onto the gold. We might go red with that. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to change that. Well, here, let's start to make a few modifications here. Actually, that was supposed to be more of a magenta purple type of a deal there. And then we're just going to start to put a little bit of that over here as well. Hey, Ninja Kitten and Lethal Shadows, how you doing? So yeah, thanks Punishment. Boy, the Ukraine Marines, I just had so much fun with those. Here's another one over here. Absolutely enjoy it. Every single shield was different. Every single one was different. You can see we did that insignia there, the Snake Island flag, and of course, well, a little bit of spiciness there. Just a wee bit of spiciness. And of course here, this is the Lethal Shadows gaming miniature that we painted last night on stream. I did not actually have to print that. That was printed by Lethal Shadows Gaming. Well, Oliver, I'm glad that things are going okay. I know for some folks things have just been a little bit on the difficult side. So glad to hear that things are all right. You know, I need to yeah, let's get some of our dark back in there. There's the usual Easterling kind of gemstone things happening here. Now I'm going to take some Terra Rosa into this, and then we're going to start to, again, warm up some of this, get some other colors into here, not just the Van Dyke brown / brown matter. I'm going to get a little bit more in here. Then we're going to try and get some of our blues onto the shield as well. This is not just a dark, we're also looking to change up the color there just a bit. Oh gosh, I should. Let me see if I can find our, where is he? Is he over here? There he is. Is our big old beefy chiefy right here. Yeah, this is a thing that I sculpted on stream. We took a bones troll or whatever the heck that was, and we added a little bit to it and turned him into an Easterling troll. So yeah, ooh, that was very, very fun. That was a blast. And of course, well, we also do 2D art here. This was our Thursday stream. Look at that, Landscapes of Middle-earth. They are back. So Loim, I'm really looking forward to doing more of those. Like I was telling you last night, I think it's going to be a blast. And who knows, should the new setup work as we're all hoping, might just be able to do some larger ones. And also too, I was hoping to maybe do some portrait ones as well. That's a little bit more. I don't want to. Well, it can be a little more risky when you're doing images of folks. So it might just stick with the landscapes, at least on stream, anyways. So I think we're mostly caught up, aren't we? Mostly caught up. Let's get a little bit of our lights over there. Let's see. That also, we need to get some reflected light under there. I don't know, I'm going to go with this because while dark is okay, it can't just be a plain old brown. We have to have some sort of reflection, right? The gold reflecting onto the gold. And one of the reasons I brought down the beefy chiefy is because of this. So you see how we have all the striations there? That's the same kind of deal we've got to do on his helmet as well. Got to do the same thing. Let's see. Actually, punishment, I don't know what turnip 28 is. You'll have to fill me in on that. Sorry, apologize for my ignorance, but that, I don't know what that is. Yeah, sorry, I have not heard of that before. So yeah, you'll have to fill me in there. You have to give me a little bit of a fill in on that. So here, there we go. A little bit of the, this is the Indian yellow mixed with some of the Egyptian violet. And that, oh, there we go. That's going to give us a nice sharp edge there. That's what we're looking for. Now I want to see if I can't get to some blue here. Let's get Prussian blue. Yeah, I'll just use this. And that's going to go down in here. Like so. I'll do the next couple of rows here, and already, look at how that makes our gold stand out. And by the way, we're basically a half an hour in. Yeah, 40 minutes basically. This is 40 minutes right here. That's all it's taken so far. And that's including raids and hellos and everything else. So don't blink, it happens fast. Alright, so we've added our blue in the shield. Oh, look at that, huh? Those goals really start to stand out now, don't they? Alright, before we get too involved in everything else, we want to figure out some of our freehandy stuff here, don't we? Now, it looks like the way this robe is, it's not a flat robe. It's basically, the robe is a triangle. It's a diamond shape, so we're going to have to factor that in. Let me see how we're going to do this. For sure, we'll have our Indian yellow get mixed in with a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale here. And we're going to put the most recognizable part of it, hopefully, right there, where it's going to be easy to figure out what it is we're looking at. Don't care if the blue mixes in. because what that just does is it shades our freehand for us already. And this is the same deal like we did on that miniature last night. Very same thing. Now, do I do a dragon thing around that? That might be a little too much. A bit too much. So what I will see is, can I make another little shape down here? I'm going to look at see some of my other Easterling heroes if I can find some of those. It looks like I don't have too many of those out here. I wanted to see what I had for Amdur on his cloak and such, but don't really see him out here. I think he's actually still packed away somewhere. So Vors, I had a chance to try them once years ago when they first came out. As a watercolorist, they were kind of nifty because in some ways it was a little bit like being able to use watercolors, although obviously they dried like acrylics and were permanent. I was supposed to get a set. They were sending a set and actually some miniatures here, but the post office ignored the hold mail. Tried to deliver it anyway. It ended up going all the way back to Spain. They said, well, we'll get you those at Adepticon 2020. And as you can imagine, that never happened, and they never came back to Adepticon again. So that was my one and only experience with the Chimera colors. It was fun the one time I got to use them. I don't really use acrylics anymore, unless there's some kind of a deadline change or something like that, or something has to be in the mail literally the next day. I am just going to use the oils because no matter what, the oils are going to be far more durable than any acrylic paint. It's just the nature of the beast. The oils are also going to be more luminous. They're also the darks will be darker, the lights will be more intense. Ultimately, they are cheaper because you use less of them, and because you're getting those tubes of paint, which your grandkids will still be using, maybe even your great grandkids. You'll never have to buy them again. It's buy once and never think about it again. So that ultimately makes them cheaper. I use the same brushes that I would use with acrylics. I even use the same brush cleaner that I would use with acrylics. So it all worked out. It all works out just fine. Love me the oil paints. Now, was it the last 6 years basically been using the oil paints on miniatures? Let's bring in a couple of more lights along here, the top there. And what's nice is that we were able to make our own metallic oil paints, even our own fluorescent oil paints. So for any kind of object source lighting type things, we obviously made our own homemade fluorescent orange. We made yellow. We made green. So here's some with our homemade fluorescent green oil paints there. And of course, we've even used our homemade fluorescent blue at times. I think we even used maybe a little bit of that on this piece right here, just to give that a little bit of extra poof. So Vors, you basically have to kind of clear the mindset. That they're not super slow drying acrylics, which is that's kind of the tougher thing for folks to kind of work past, is that they want to do layers like their acrylic paints when that's not what they are. Hashtag no layers. That's why we do all the pre-glaze stuff that you see on here. And that can be a little bit difficult for folks to kind of set aside because, I mean, it's what they've been doing, right? Eventually, you learn to just kind of set that whole idea aside of well, I'm just going to put this layer on here, then I'm going to put another layer, when you're actually better off just doing what I did there, right? And we'll take a whole nother brush, and we are just going to blend all that together. So plop a color there, plop a color over there, and then just mix the stuff together with another brush. That will also not only save time, but it also means you don't have as much paint stacked up on the miniature either. And of course, here's we just did this unit. We painted this up on stream right here. It made short work of these guys. I think we painted this whole thing in 7.5 hours, probably start to finish. That's the bears and the riders, the whole thing. And of course, well, here's another example of those homemade fluorescent oil paints. This is a homemade magenta fluorescent oil paint right here. Meter Angel, how you doing? Nice to see you again. And thanks. Again, here's another example. You can see the sessions where we painted these guys and also the terrain. Yes, we also paint terrain with the oils. Here's another example of the object source lighting again. Oh, look, another example of the object source lighting. And of course, there you go. There's two buildings that were painted with the oil paints. We did that all on stream. And here's, again, some more examples of all that. And we painted a ton of these units. I think we did 6 of the horseman units. We also painted all the dragons on stream, again, all with the oil paints. It just makes everything so much easier. Hey, Thousand Young, how you doing? So Thousand Young, now if you wanted to post your instas there with your sculpts, and Dano also same thing. Dano, if you wanted to post your Instagram there and your My Mini Factory thing too. No, sorry, Cults 3D. You know, I'm gonna always do that, Dano. I'm always gonna think of it as My Mini Factory first. But yeah, your Cults 3D, post that too, so that folks can also check out your basing stuff that you're making. There, and we'll get this later too, but I'm just gonna get some initial lighter reds in here, just to kind of mark things. That also there. All right, now let's start to get some of our orange into here. Now I want some more Indian yellow into that. So let's just start to shift this thing from the blue more towards the orange here for reasons. So Enzabal, I hope that you're doing really good. Happy Saturday. I know in some parts of the globe it's already Sunday. Again, a little bit more of the orange there. We don't have to do it all at once. Don't have to do that all at once. I need to figure out exactly what are we going to do here in this part of the design. Let me go back over here to my yellow like this. And do we go straight across like this, or do we take it more this way? Could be interesting if we did that. Let's see what happens if we do that. Let's see if that's going to work out here. I did put a little bit of the thinner into that. I'll let that fade into some shadow there. And we also do metallics with the oils. Yes, indeed. One of my latest tutorial videos for the Patreon page was this right here. This was also done with the oils. Half of this bust was painted in TMM, the other half was painted in non-metallic. And pretty much people cannot tell which side is which. All oil paints, again, half of it is TMM and half of it is non-metallic metal. And that's another one of our newest Patreon videos. So Vors, there are 3 oil paints. Kind of use them 30, 30, 30, or 33, 33, 33. We'll just grab 3. Here we go. So these two here, the Gamlin and the Windsor Newton, they are very similar in price, and they're good quality paints. They're very, very solid, really good. Now this is the 3rd brand right here. This is my favorite. It's also the most expensive. So, you know, for most folks, they try and go more with these as much as they can, and then after a while, maybe they start to acquire some of these. So those are the big 3 right there. It will depend on availability. For some folks, it's very difficult for them to get their hands on the Williamsburg. Maybe they use something like a Schminke. I know several folks that are using the Schminke paint. I think even Rembrandt, also folks are using that. I believe maybe even Michael Harding could be another brand that folks are using. So you don't have to stick with those three. Those are just the three that I like, and they have worked very well for me. You don't have to use the same stuff. No problem, Vors. No problem. Now again, I would advise that maybe you check out some of the live sessions. They're all saved as highlights. And also, well, there's a lot of YouTube videos. I just put up a video with that painting that I showed you. But check out some of those videos and really pay close attention to that opening phase that we call the pre-glaze. That's really important because there's no base coating. There's no base coating at all. And that, just as long as you kind of keep that in mind, it'll work out very well for you. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start working some greens into this. Yes, into the gold. Slowly but surely here. So Thousand Young can vouch for the Rembrandts. Now Thousand Young, does Rembrandt also, I'm assuming they do that thing where they've got sort of a student grade and then a artist's grade. It seems like everybody does that for the most part. Not absolutely everybody. So that's why I thought I would ask you just to be just out of curiosity. So Lethal Shadow, the key to those is the latex-free sponges because those aren't crumbly. Lethal Shadows, I'll just shoot you the Amazon link later. But yeah, just they're latex-free sponges, and that seems to be very important because the ones that aren't, they're super, super crumbly, and that's really not ideal. Let's see. Ansible says that if you spend $30 on Winsor Newton, you receive a 14 mil ruby madder and Dumont's blue or Dumont's blue. So Ansible, I'll have to remember that. So, and actually, I was going to try and get, well, Ansible. Should I get the rose madder? That's 21 bucks. The rose madder. So if I get that, I guess I would be getting the most of it back, right? Because I would get a well, I would be getting some stuff back at least. So okay, so Thousand Young can confirm there is you can get some of the student grade type there and regular artist oils too. That's good. Now we have to come in here with some more strong lights. Brilliant yellow pale. I don't know, touch of the lemon yellow here maybe. Just a little touch of it. Let's see. So yeah, Lethal Shadow, I'll just shoot you a link later after the stream. And I'll show you the link to what I use, and they seem to work very, very well. And obviously, as you can see, I cut those up into smaller pieces. I didn't used to do that. I wish I had done that from the very beginning. I feel stupid that I didn't think of it sooner. I don't know, as in years ago, but better late than never, huh? So yeah, major. I'll try and snag those. That could be very interesting here. Let's get to something a little lighter here on our. We have to kind of follow the lights and darks of the robe, but we also need to make sure that the symbol itself has its own lights and darks. And there. And of course, now what's the Winsor Newton that you have to get? Or just the 30 bucks on Winsor Newton, okay? I could maybe get a Winsor Newton Mars Black because I don't have any Mars Black. There's a couple of other Winsor Newtons I could just sort of restock on. Just to make sure I have those. Well, you can never have too much Terra Rosa. Or Indigo, I suppose. Alright, let me get the lightest of the yellow here. And then we'll paint the black over the top of that. Like so. Start to maybe get some of our, and these are not the lightest lights yet because we're still only using the brilliant yellow pale. There's no white out here yet. Basically haven't even touched white yet. The reason that the lights look so light is just because that's how dark you can get with the oil paints. You can really get some nice rich darks with them. Let's see. Actually, oh yeah, Lethal Shadow, thanks for reminding me that. Perline Black, yes, we love our Perline Black. It's not like we're imminently about to run out of it, but just having a little extra supply of it can't hurt. Can't hurt, and I might just, might also get another tube of brown matter, because we use that a lot. A fair amount of brown matter. So we'll maybe get ourselves another tube of that just to make sure we've got that around here. All right, now here we need to get a little bit of that reflected light back and forth. We also need to have some to soften those down just a bit. See, that's already starting to look a bit shiny, is it not? Especially if you go zoom like that. Poof, there we go. Bam. So I think we're all caught up. So with the black spinel, now that's a Gamlin color, and it's pricey. It's got cadmium pricing on it, so it is not cheap. If you say, boy, I can't really afford that, that's where you can maybe go with something like Mars Black. Is it the same as the black spinel? Well, no, it's not going to be because it costs, I don't know, probably a third as much. So it's not going to be the same, but it's somewhat close. And of course, maybe if there's a point where you feel like you really want to have the black spinel, you can always get it then. Now I'm wishing black spinel was a Winsor Newton color because we could really hit that. Was that $30 worth of Winsor Newton paints? Yeah, we could hit it pretty much with just this black spinel. If that was a Winsor Newton color, it would take no time at all. All right, see, we're building in our darks, building in our lights. All starts with that pre-glaze though. So Adrian, are you talking about the Migamo oil brushers there? Um, the paint is not thicker on the pre-glaze. It's just less liquid. So there is no more paint than there was before. It's just now there is less liquid in it. So I'm almost doing it a little bit more of a dry brush. Now that's going to be rougher on the brushes, but that's why we've got the craft brushes, right? That's why we use the craft brushes for that stage. Because, well, if they get wiped out, I mean, they were 25 cents a piece, maybe. So yes, the pre-glaze is just, there's not as much of the liquid. Now, of course, it's a little bit different for me because I'm streaming stuff, I'm filming stuff. I can't work on the 100 to 200 figures all at once, which I would prefer to do. So that's another reason why I'm using less of the liquid so that the paint has a chance to set a little bit more, even when I'm just doing a live stream or a video. But yes, the paint is not any thicker with the pre-glaze. It's just now there's less of the liquid involved. Now we're getting our Yeah, they're darkening that down so we get that nice reflected light coming up this way. Um, Lethal Shadow, those are useless. That is a an entirely useless extra expense. That's why we have things like the Prussian blue and the phthalo green, all of those colors, because you've heard me joking, right, about the cobalt blue, that it got wiped out by the Prussians, because the Prussian blue is it's a much more efficient way of doing things than the cobalt themselves. So yeah, if those were a third of the price, I would say, go for it. But they are not a third of the price, unfortunately. So I would say don't spend your shekels on those. Maybe eventually when you say, okay, I would like to try those, but certainly not straight away. You'll have an easier time with those if you're much more experienced with the oils. That's not going to be easy to use for someone that's kind of getting started with them. It showed, yeah, it is. What's weird is that we've been using actually we used cobalt blue on this one here last night, but especially on, oh, here he is. Here he is. So I'm going to show, I don't know if you've seen these. But actually here we use the cobalt blue as a pin line wash, kind of a glaze, and that it's a weird paint. There's actually cobalt blue in here too. Now when you combine it with the radiance, that sort of changes the paradigm just a bit, because the radiance obviously are very opaque. So they lend this opacity to it that say your regular cobalt blue is just not going to have on its own. So that's been interesting to see. And there are ways of getting the cobalt blue to be a little more opaque as well. It's just, again, that's an experience sort of thing. The more that I experiment with the oils, the more things I try, the more things I discover. Oh, thanks, Fours. Appreciate that. We've done a whole bunch of those lizards in the oils. Oh my gosh, well, most people know that for whatever reason, well, Lizardmen were the first army, my first Warhammer army. These all painted on stream with the oils right here. Absolutely had a blast with them. Of course, I also love the Sons and Daughters of Sekhmet from Archvillain, all those painted on stream. And of course, this was another diorama that we did here. This is with those homemade fluorescent oil paints I was telling you about. And of course, well, we use the Archvillain figures for our army painting series. So a little bit more on the muted side there. And then we did the entire Frostburn Horrors series, or the release. Absolutely all of those. Where's the Troll King? Where's he at? Where's my Troll King? He's around here somewhere. There he is. There's the Troll King. And of course, we painted all of the Nazgul in oil paints. Several of those are on the YouTube channel. A bunch of them are also on the Twitch channel here. Miss Shoot, it was I've been desperately trying to find just some way to make it relevant somehow, and it was one of those RM printable terrain trolls that I did, and it was really nifty. Really enjoyed it. Let's do a little bit more of our dark in there. Um, and that's where we glazed in the cobalt blue. This is Mr. Giggles right here. Let me see if I can get him out of here without knocking things over. So you can see we did some of the cobalt blue as a glaze there. What's really weird, Michaud, is that it looks dead on the palette. Then you get it on the miniature and it looks completely different. Well, Vors, obviously the market is pushing you towards those, right? It's clearly pushing you towards the acrylics for obvious reasons. Companies don't stay in business without selling stuff, so they're going to sell the acrylics very hard, and not so much the oils, right? Or is it scale 75? They just made a line of oil paints. It's supposed to be for miniatures. Pound for pound, you're way better off with just artist oil paints. They are cheaper. Ultimately, they're just easier to use than the Scale 75 stuff. I've done a few videos with the Scale 75. As far as lines of oil paint that miniature companies have made, which there are not a lot of them, I mean, they are probably the overall most usable, I guess. And that's again countering everything. I do like the oil brushers. They're not too bad, but they're very limited as far as the line of colors that they've got. And of course, obviously, scale 75, they got 24 now. They will be adding more, but they have a few more of the darks and a couple of other rich colors too. Let me see. I think we're all. Hey, Deck Knight, how you doing? Nice to see you. All right, I'm gonna get a little bit of the. Yeah, we don't see. We're missing some lights over here. We need reflected light down in here. See if I can spin this around and get the other side. That's all just dark in there. It can't all just be dark in there. So we'll start out with that. So it's a little better now. We can still do a little bit of, here we go. Never did do this. Again, that's our blending brush routine there. This is how you keep the amount of paint low. That's what we want to do. We don't want to have a ton of paint sitting on there. Less is more. More is definitely way too much. And folks that are new to the oils, inevitably, they just kind of put way too much on there because they're just used to acrylics. And acrylics, if you were to compare the two, oils are like butter. You can just spread them super, super, super thin. Acrylics is like peanut butter mixed with gravel and probably some concrete by comparison. It's very thick, very tough in comparison. So you don't, in order to make the oils flow, you do not need a whole ton of liquid in those. I mean, even here, there's basically no liquid on that brush whatsoever. And yet, because there's the existing layer of wet oil paint, you can see that's blended into there very nice. We're going to go back a little bit more of the turquoise. Do it again. Also, too, again, no layers, right? You don't see me taking one slightly lighter color and a slightly lighter color. We go strong, right? Go very strong. Just like Luminous. Luminous, how you doing? Happy Saturday. Nice to see you again. So Luminous, this is kind of our finished result here. Because I think you had to jump out, right? At a certain, there's our freehand finished off there. So that was very fun. Again, that was the Lethal Shadows Gaming Miniature. A lot of fun with that. Let me see. So again, as far as the iridescents go, well, that's the Williamsburg stuff. I'd only have the iridescent pearl white because that's essentially that is your ultimate highlight color. And I just mix that with all of the other regular darker oil paints to create those metallics. Then there's also the interference paints, which you could either buy them from Williamsburg or you could mix your own, which we have done here. I have a whole bunch of videos on the Patreon page that show how to essentially mix your own oil paints. We have even taken weathering powders, just standard old weathering powders, mixed them with linseed oil, turned them into oil paints. And part of the idea came from the fact that, well, MIG Ammo and other companies that do have the mud effects that are oil-based, that's all they're doing is just taking some plaster, taking some weathering powders, mixing it with linseed oil, and, well, boom, there you go. There's your mud effects. So see, we've now lightened up some of those edges, starting to make those a little bit sharper. We'll do the same here. We're also going to need some some reflected light on our golds down here. Maybe have to go a little lighter with that. Then we'll also have to hit the red on our gemstones there, for sure. And well, Laminess, I'm sure that you've got all kinds of, say, larger scale figs there, and stuff that has some nifty robes and wide open spaces. So if anybody's got larger scale sculpts to paint besides Valfera, that would probably be you. Here's looking at you. But I know that Valfera, I'm sure, has plenty of gigantic figures to play around with the oils on those. So I think we're all caught up. I think we're caught up. So again, the iridescent paints, all I've bothered to get is just the iridescent pearl white, because if you want to have bronze metallic oil, you could just, well, you could use the was that the Green Stuff World powdered pigments and make your own, or you could just mix probably something like brown matter and maybe a little bit of Indian yellow and the iridescent pearl white, and you probably got yourself some kind of a bronze type of a color. You want to go copper, you could do more terra rosa, maybe even a little bit of Egyptian violet. We want to get a little more of this, just a little more of our light color there again to reflect our gold back and forth here. Now Lumines, that's what I used, gosh, for probably the first 2.5 years. Then I well, I got some of the oil brushers too, but those were sent here by MIG Ammo, but definitely made a good use of the Winsor Newton, well, the Winton starter set. I would recommend that you get things like Indigo and Van Dyke Brown and the Artist range. They're cheap. They're Series 1. So, get the starter set and add stuff like the Van Dyke Brown. Indian Yellow, I've used the Winsor Newton Indian Yellow. I would prefer the Williamsburg to that, but we used it in a painting class at Adepticon, and it seemed to work out okay for folks. So clearly, you can still make use of that. The Winsor Newton Indian Yellow. Again, the Indian Yellow I got over here, that is the Williamsburg variety. Now I think we've got a little bit of a underlighting there happening. Might have to darken some of that down. Yeah, we need something. I don't know. Let's grab this. That's what's missing here. That is the purple matter. I'm gonna mix a little bit more of the Indian yellow with it. I knew something was missing down here. That's better. Much better. Yeah. Now that looks like you must have dark to show light. After a certain point, you just can't lighten things anymore. You've gone as light as you can go. That means you gotta go darker. And that seems to have worked just fine. And poof, there we go. Hey, Megan, nice to see you. Sorry I missed you there. Sorry I missed you. So Megan, sorry that it's deja vu all over again. I'm serious. It's literally deja vu all over again there. Um, I don't know if what they brought back is any more exotic or less exotic than some of the other things they brought back. Because my goodness, they know how to find those things, don't they? Nah, I won't lighten that up anymore. But now what I've got to do is some of those runes there. Let's see if we can do some of that. And I might even do, yeah, I'm gonna do this. I think I will. Yeah, that's going to be easier to divide this up into two separate zones here. So Vores, you're not going to want that. You are not going to want that. Let me see if I can find, here it is. Now, depending on where you are, if you're in the US, you should be able to get this. This is Mona Lisa, a very high quality odorless thinner. You don't want that junk from the dime store. First of all, it's going to be very tough on your brushes, tough on your paint, and it will be tough on you. Now, if you're in Europe, you could use this. You could use the MIG ammo stuff because we've got, this is the first stuff that I used right here. So again, these are high quality thinners, even the scale 75. Here it is. Even something like that if need be. But yeah, you don't want the nasty dime store stuff. And of course, again, if you're in the US, you should very easily be able to get your hands on the Mona Lisa stuff. Either via Amazon, Michaels, Dick Blick, who else? Even Hobby Lobby, I think, might have it. But yeah, Michaels, use your 40% off coupon or something like that. Pretty sure I got mine from Dick Blick. So that doesn't sound like much fun there. Definitely doesn't sound like much fun. And here's here's hoping that well, geez, I mean, kids are like biological weapons with feet. That's why we always talk about conquering entire nations just by sending school buses of kids to go touch everything and everybody. Yeah, primordial traveler back in the old days, right? Back in the old days. So Vors, I only use synthetic brushes. Doesn't matter if I'm using acrylics or oil paints, because sable brushes, unfortunately, the quality control on those has plummeted to, well, to me, less than zero. So yeah, I don't really do too much with sable brushes anyway. The positive thing is that the oil paints are much easier on your brushes because they don't get down into the ferrule and dry, because that's what destroys brushes. And the few times that I use acrylics, like I said, because of those deadlines and such, sometimes it just destroys the brush, and it's never the same again after doing it with the acrylics. So I just prefer the oils for that reason as far as brushes go. And again, you don't need sable brushes. These are what, $5 and something cents, maybe $5.30 from Dick Blick. Yeah, you don't need the pricey stuff. Let's see. So I think we're all caught up there. Vors, the freehand is infinitely easier with the oils because again, I can have that tiny dot of paint on the end of the brush and just sit here and just wait. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Whereas with acrylics, it's going to be drying the entire time. Also, too, oils are thinner than water, so you can check out either the Twitch session where we did this or the YouTube video that I did. It was just a couple of weeks ago, again, on the YouTube channel. All that was done with the oil paints right there. Again, just a couple of weeks ago. Hootie, nice to see you again. So Hootie, I just posted the video of the landscape of Middle Earth to the YouTube channel. Yeah, so you might hear your name mentioned once or twice in there. Because we were kind of talking about the oils and what you kind of need with them and such, right? So yeah, don't be surprised if you hear your name mentioned once or twice in that video. I think you'll be amused by it. I would stay away from the safflower oil stuff, Lamines. That's yeah, I'm not a big fan of the safflower based things. And look at here, looky here, look what we got. Look who we got in the house. We got Pun Expected Painting. Everybody please give Pun Expected a follow. Because guess what? Who else uses the oil paints? That would be Pun Expected, yes. So Pun, what were you painting with the oils on your stream? I think I saw that you were live. Just as I briefly checked before I went live, I saw that you were also live. Painter Leggett, how you doing? Oh, no problem. No, Hootie, it's just fine because like I was telling you, those questions become part of the info for everybody. So yeah, definitely just like I was telling you, it's nice to have the questions because this way, it kind of in a way answers those by default, right? As people are maybe thinking they're watching that video, they can't ask the question, but you did for them already. Pun, I think it worked out okay. Oh, and Pun, check this out. I think you saw landscapes of Middle Earth are back. There you go. He's like, man, see, the orcs. What? Hey, wait a minute. They gave them explosives? Are you serious? So we're supposed to attack, I don't know, a mountain, right? And no explosives for us. But yet these idiots, they get explosives, man. This is just stupid. There you go. Ah, that's hilarious. Yeah, Pun, do you have any specific topic you were thinking about for your first foray into the 2D art? I think you'll have a blast with it. I think you're going to enjoy the heck out of it. What I'm going to do now. Oh, thanks, sweetie. Appreciate that. Oh, what are we going to do? We're going to grab this. Yeah, let's try doing this. So, sorry if I missed anything. I'm going to try and scroll back up here. Ansible, I'll try to remember that. So was it 30 bucks for all of for you buy 30 bucks worth of the whatchamacallit there? Okay, we'll try and do that. Now, which way do we want to go with this? I think maybe that is dark. This is light. Yeah, because then that can be dark too. All right, we'll go this way. We're going to go this way. So this will be insanely difficult. Yeah, it's going to be so incredibly difficult. Here, let's just take our blending brush to this. So yeah, look at how, I mean, that's just brutally difficult, man. I'm spent. I can't do anymore. That was just too difficult. So Primordial Traveler. Oh gosh, I don't think you saw the Galadriel and Galadriel versus the Necromancer diorama, because guess what? We did a painted backdrop there, and I'll show you that in just a second. Just want to at least get a start here on some. There we go. A little bit of reflected light there. We'll take our blending brush and poof, there we go. Hey Queez, how you doing? So pun expected. If you got as usual, right? If you got any links or anything like that, Insta links, Discord links you want to share in the chat, you know the deal. You know the deal. Go ahead and do that. I'm just gonna hit some lights there, and then over here too. Oh, it's a little bit more here. There's a pesky mold line right there. Being very, very, very pesky. All right, and then we'll just fade that a little bit. Lighten that up out there. So I don't know, we might have to just go in and do a little bit of filing of a mold line on there or something at a certain point here. But let's show our diorama here. Where'd you guys go? There we are, Galadriel versus the Necromancer. This was a 3-part video series for the Patreon page. Part 1 was, well, constructing the diorama. Same stuff that I used for basing, so nothing different there. Oh my gosh, the 3D printed plants. Oh, we'll have to definitely do this again with our 3D printed plants. I think I already have another big Galadriel already printed out. But yeah, I'll have some of the plants. That should work really good. So again, a painted backdrop there. And we'll be doing certainly some more of that. I want to do that with Sauron and, oh, some other things. So yeah, we'll have some fun with that. Oh gosh, I'm going to get a little bit of magenta. It ain't metal if it doesn't have magenta in it. So let's just throw a little bit of magenta in this here. Blending brush. Boom, like so. There we are. So yeah, well, that's all kidding aside, Lethal Shadows. There's a reason why for the longest time you just kind of didn't see uh, your regular miniatures on here. I was getting tired of mold lines running through everything, hands, faces. There's ways to control those and ways not to control those, and it seems like more and more, maybe because there's just so much stuff being crammed onto cat miniatures. It's one thing to do it on a 3D printed thing, right? Like the walrus guys that were all one piece. This thing, this tiny little miniature right here, had more parts. Where's my walrus guys here? If you took all four of the walrus guys, there were more parts on this one miniature than there were on four gigantic walrus. Those are on 60 mil bases, and they had huge weapons and everything else. This one tiny figure had more pieces than all of those combined, which is kind of hilarious. Also, just very bizarre to think about. I think at least two of the walruses were entirely one piece, and the other two I had to glue the tail on. Like literally pin the tail on the walrus guy. And that was it. That's all I had to do for four gigantic walrus dudes. So, love me some 3D printing. You know what? I should probably stick with the brilliant yellow pale here. Probably should stick with that. Here, let's pop a little bit of that over here, right over there. Hey, Alex, nice to see you. And Jack of Clubs. Jack of Clubs in the house. Yeah, nice to see you again. Jack of Clubs, appreciate you joining us. I hope that you're doing well. All right, there's a little bit of the light here. Actually, I'm not hearing my raid sound. Man, maybe the thanks to Jack of Clubs for the raid, I guess. Although maybe it's not working tonight. Because as I haven't heard the usual raid sound. I don't even think I can do yeah, no, it's not any of my test sounds, unfortunately. So I guess yeah, we definitely had a raid. See, I never heard our sound, so thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, it's not even showing up on my thing there. So unexpected, I think that raids are a little bit wonky tonight. Yeah, I think raids are a little bit wonky tonight. So for all of our raiders that just came in, we are working on some more Middle-earth strategy battle game, some more Easterlings here. And this is the newest, well, for now, the newest release from Forgeworld, and we are working within our same color scheme that we did. We're going to be getting some of that sort of purplish color up around the helmet there. Here is another example. This is a heavily converted miniature. This is one that I converted and painted up on stream right here. And we're, as you can see, we're working on our freehand design, trying to match that up as well as we can here. And let's see. So this is just a dead paint jar and some blue tack. Seriously, where's the, here we go. Yeah. See that? That's how Reaper Miniatures paint used to come. So it's just a piece of blue tack and the miniature, and that is it. And of course, this was our stream last night, also done with the oils. This is a 3D print here from Lethal Shadows. You can see, oh look, a different type of freehand design right there. And we actually brought out the cobalt blue again for this, but lots of grays, right? And our gold. Look at the difference in the color temperature here. So you can see how warm the golds are there, but here a little bit cooler because of all the grays and the blues around them. And of course, these also painted on stream with the oils. A little bit of freehand there. And so, yeah, it's weird. Frosty, the raids are doing some weird stuff tonight. I got no indication of it. It doesn't even show up on it shows up in my chat, but not in my events there. And another person, Unexpected, tried raiding us, and it seemed he was almost wondering if his worked. So yeah, there's just some weird stuff going on there. So again, this was all done with the oils, even all this freehand. And we've done, well, we did a whole bunch of these. All right, had a blast with those. And well, here's a little example of another diorama piece with some waterfalls, also painted with the oils. Yes, all the freehand design there. And we also paint lots of units here on stream. This is from Song of Ice and Fire. I think it was, what, 7.5 hours start to finish on these guys? And yes, all of the miniatures painted start to finish. Our beefy chiefy here for Easterlings. It's actually a Reaper Bones, Ogre Troll, something like that. And as you can see, we kind of sculpted some different details on them to make them a little bit more appropriate with our Easterlings. So Frosty, that was a Ukraine Marine chapter there. So that was something that we did, a little special custom chapter. Now we also have a series, and I just painted this one. Oh gosh, this is my latest Patreon series, or Patreon video right here. Chapter studies, here we did Ultramarines, but we've gone through, we have done Dark Angels, Blood Angels, White Scars, Black Templars, Imperial Fists, Salamanders, done all that stuff. So Vors, you don't need the linseed oil to get started with. You're looking for that high quality odorless thinner. Eventually, you'll probably want that linseed oil because that's how we make some of those fluorescent paints that I was telling you about. The same kind of fluorescent paints that we use for things like this, right? For doing our object source lighting, that kind of stuff. And here we'll put him back. And there's again another example of your object source lighting at work, and using the fluorescent homemade oil paints for that. Right there. Thank you so much, Alex, for that follow. Gandalf appreciates it too. He's like, uh-oh. You know, I really thought the Blue Wizards were supposed to take care of you guys. He's like, well, as you can see, we took care of them because, yeah, and you wouldn't believe how hard it is to divide up the cloaks of 2 guys for, like, I don't know, 10,000 of us. It's like, oh, I'm out. Oh, there goes Gandalf. He doesn't want no part of the Easterlings there. So Adrian, if you're talking about the Bear Riders, those were all done on stream. They were all painted up on stream. Oh gosh, I don't know, about a month or so ago. So just check out it was one of our Saturday sessions, I'm pretty sure. So you can go check that out. Ooh, where did you go? You're around here somewhere. You're around here somewhere. Where did you go? It's one of my, there you are. So this is my latest Patreon series. This is the Lannister Red Cloaks, and there might have been a little bit of freehand on those, just a smidge, just a little bit of freehand maybe. So this is my newest army painting series. Of course, this was Army Painting Series 30, which had just a little bit of sky, earth, non-metallic. Oh, and a little bit of freehand too. That was Series 30 right there. So we love our army painting series. Have a lot of fun. We always try something new. There's also an army painting series on the Easterlings, because Easterlings, right? I mean, why wouldn't you have a series on Easterlings? Come on. Just the coolest dudes in Middle-earth by far. Gondor Schmondor. Love me some Easterlings. Well, we're going to find ourselves a couple little highlights here on our reds, like so. Again, less is more. More is way too much. So yeah, Rascal, that's what we always say here. Don't blink. Don't blink, right? If you blink, you'll miss something. You really will. Oh, you know what? There's some red over there too. We'll just catch a little bit of that here. Back to our Fanchon red. This is actually the same red that I used on that Lannister red cloak that I was just showing you. So now that's another one of those reds that, or Williamsburg colors, that if you're going to invest in something, that would be one of them. The Williamsburg Fanchon red. Also, too, the Williamsburg Egyptian Violet, and of course the Williamsburg Brilliant Yellow Pale. Now, fortunately, Williamsburg also makes starter sets, so essentially smaller tubes of their regular artist oils. So that is one way to maybe get yourself some of the pricier colors without having to pay a hefty price. All right, Daniel, we'll see you in a bit. So Lethal Shadows, I would kind of stay away from Alizarin Crimson and those type of colors. Especially getting started out, you're going to want something that's not as translucent as those. I know that that's a very popular color. The last time I used Alizarin Crimson was almost 2 years ago. It's kind of like Cobalt Blue, where it just doesn't have the same sort of functionality as other stuff does. So yeah, you just well, you can get alizarin if you want. You just won't see it in any of my videos. You definitely won't see it in any, except maybe one of the color theory videos where I was testing out reds. That's probably the only time you're going to see alizarin crimson. I think we're almost caught up there. Yeah. So yeah, Adrian, the bears painted those up on the Twitch channel here. So you can go back and you can watch the entire thing start to finish. Now here I just see that I've got to change the angle on this right here to make it go down the center. So we're just going to change that around a little bit. No big deal. We can do that. I'm going to take some of the lemon yellow, a little bit of the Indian yellow here. Might have to go thicker on this. I think so. Yeah, see, I needed to go a little thicker on that. So upon, I was just, because Lethal Shadow, he just joined the Patreon page and he wanted to follow along on videos. And I just wanted to let him know that he's not going to see, he won't be seeing that on any of the videos. So I just wanted to let him know that if he's going to be getting those colors, he might want to focus in on the ones that will be in the videos. I still have the alizarin crimson around. Actually, now that I'm starting to get some of these different paints here, like the Prussian blue from Williamsburg and stuff, I'm gonna have to try another video and see how they say the alizarin maybe compares to purple matter and maybe even brown matter too. See just what we can do with that. So it might just be time for another color theory and oils with the reds. Don't you think, Pun Expected? And again, everybody, please give Pun Expected a follow. Actually, Pun, why don't you repost your Insta link there? Because, well, the raid happened just at that moment, and I think it got kind of shoved up the message stream there a little bit. So why don't you post your link again there? Because folks probably missed that with all the chaos of the raid that we didn't know happened until I started looking at the chat. And then all of a sudden it was like, well, we did get a raid. It looks like. Not that our event history has that. So Hootie, the Prussian blue and the indigo, they are definitely the same. That's one of the things that I always, even with the acrylics, I emphasize is just have a few colors and mix instead of having a bazillion different colors where you have to write everything down. So instead of a million different colors, the Preglaze was Prussian blue. The lighter color on top of it was turquoise, radiant turquoise. And that's all you need to remember. Instead of having to write a bunch of stuff down and layer this and layer that, it's like, nope, don't need to do any of that. So yeah, Adrian, those were pretty fun. I've got a lot more Song of Ice and Fire stuff here. A huge box of that stuff arrived. Trash, I've got several. Actually, I do have well, there's at least one Patreon video with that, but there's, oh gosh, there's what, about 15, 16 hours of basically me sculpting those cloaks on Twitch. So go find, well, all right, look, all three of the Easterling heroes had cloaks. So that was about a 5, 6 hour session. Then there's also my Army of the Dead, Boromir, cloaks. Oh wait, there's all the Rohan Royal Guard and Gamling. So there's about 25 hours of cloak sculpting on the Twitch channel. All you got to do is just go scope out the channel, look for the thumbnail that will, well, you'll be able to see, you'll be seeing green stuff, and you'll see Riders of Rohan, you'll see the Riders of the Dead. So there's a ton of videos on sculpting stuff. I'm pretty sure I also turned one of those into at least a YouTube video, probably Gambling. Yeah, I think the Gambling one, that we did a YouTube video out of that. Because I think, yeah, it was just him. It was a shorter one. So that might be the place to go look. Well, Hootie, I noticed a while ago that in a lot of tutorial videos and even people's live classes, it seemed to emphasize how difficult everything was, and make almost kind of like scaring people. And I didn't when people are scared of something. Well, that goes for any of us. We're not really likely to go, yeah, I'm going to try that. That scary thing, that's for me. So I try to make it seem a little less scary, a little less daunting. And even though maybe it's a little bit more complicated or something like that, it's just best to kind of not be going in all scared. Well, Vors, that's fantastic. That is fantastic. Now, I will say here, we'll grab this one here. So a figure like this is ideal. This is actually also on the Patreon page. This we did in one of our classes at Adepticon. Wide open spaces and not a whole ton of colors. So this was here's actually the colors that they had to use in that class. It was only these 6. That was it. They got these 6 colors and a brush and nothing else. And they had to work on that miniature with that. Kayla said, I'm glad that did. I'm really glad that did, because my goodness, I would see these things and I'd say, well, no wonder everybody's afraid to try stuff. Good grief, there's just this, yeah, it's almost like a cottage industry and scaring folks and making them think everything's difficult. So I said, maybe we'll have something that makes people not terrified. That would be better. So Adrian, the next convention that I would be doing would be Adepticon next year. So whenever Adepticon is next year, I'm sure it's some point in late March. That would be my next convention. Of course, we're trying to work through the possibilities of, say, a virtual type of convention here, or at least some virtual seminar type things. And maybe something that we do via Discord, small class of people where everybody's got the same miniature. It would either be an STL file that they've printed out or something that Lethal Shadows has printed out and sent to them. And everybody, please check out Lethal Shadows Gaming printing service for very high quality 3D prints. Okay, we did that once, and yeah, that was once was enough. We did that one time, and yeah, that's we will not be doing Nova. The logistics of Adepticon are good because Adepticon is 45 minutes from our house. And even then, that was filling a tiny vehicle literally to the gills with stuff for the classes. So it's just, yeah, the logistics don't work for doing classes outside of the immediate Chicago area, which is why we are going to emphasize that virtual idea, because that way it would just be a handful of people, say in a Discord or something like that, So nice and private, and that way everybody would have basically the same type of stuff, and we could just paint along merrily for hours. And people could ask questions, and hopefully a good time had by all. Now, one of the missing pieces to that puzzle was how to get the same figure in everybody's hands. 3D printing kind of opened up the door, and then the fact that even for folks that don't have a 3D printer, now there's, well, obviously folks like Lethal Shadows who print very high quality stuff who can get that in your hands. So even if you don't have a 3D printer, you wouldn't have to worry about it. Now, saw it take about 2 seconds to change that right there. That's all it took, right? Just a couple of seconds. There was not a whole bunch of layers. Basically, it was maybe 3 sets of colors. There was the darker stuff, sort of a mid-tone, and then we went to the lightest highlight, and that's all it took. That's all it took, and right away, that went from essentially blue to a really nifty sort of a kind of a violet tone. Let me see. I think we're all set up there. Primordial. Last time I even looked was 4 weeks ago, I think. And it was about 450 a month ago. So yeah, that's why ReaperCon, the only way to get there would be to drive there, and at, well, basically 2,000 miles or more, and losing about a week or so of Twitch time. Yeah, that's in the realm of nope. So ReaperCon not really viable. We tried flying. That definitely didn't work because, and this was what, 3 years ago, where it cost about $120 to get all the stuff shipped down there. That was in the good old days. I wouldn't even want to think about what that would cost now. So there we go. All right, there's our light. So we'll painterly get, we did Fort Wappel at Adepticon. And of course, well, for Reaper, we did a virtual Fort Wappel. We were hanging out here, painting Reaper minis, painting Reaper miniatures. Don't know if they're gonna do that this, well, whenever ReaperCon is, September, something like that. Maybe, who knows? It'd be nice if they did. Look at that. We can get our orange back in there because we had to let that set for just a bit. Sarge says, ready, set, shake. Shamrock shake. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hey, Pun, are you going to be doing official classes there, or is that maybe next year you might be doing those? As I know we were talking about that. And again, everybody, please give Pun Expected Painting a follow, because Pun also paints with the oils. Hey, Pun, how many years, has it been about 2 years or so that you've been using the oils? Or yeah, about 2 years, right, that you've been using them? At least. I mean, obviously, in the current regime, right? I mean, it's not like you've never touched oil paints before, but I think it's been about 2 years or so, right? And I think you've been streaming for, what, about a year and a half or so? Oh, the one half. Oh, yeah, this one, right? Right, Pun. What's weird is that this one we still had cerulean blue. Where did you go? There you are. Yeah, so that was still when we were using cerulean blue. But that was, yeah, that was the very first time we used the fluorescent paints. Can you imagine what that's going to be like with all of with the iridescent paint and all of the fabulous, all of our Williamsburg interference colors? Oh man, that's going to be, pretty delish. Can't wait to try, because I do have another one of those. I have another one. So I'm just making a little change over here. Trying to move up with a little more of that orange here. Using a bit of a stippling brush stroke. There we go. Hey, Green Fairy Studios, nice to see you. Now, Sarge, tonight is midnight, right? That's a midnight release. I think yesterday was the 2 hours early. So we'll try and keep you company here, Sarge, of course. And hopefully you got some yummy vittles to come back to when you get home. I'm sure you do. So they're kind of a chain of highlights on our gold, right? So you're working on the 1/3 scale bust. Man, that pun, that's got to be really, really fun working on something. Well, I mean, it's a challenge. It's a challenge, but that's got to be pretty darn fun working on a nice large scale thing like that. Oh, man. Especially with the oils, right? Oh, man, especially with the oils. So, Green Fairy, I hope that you're doing well. And I hope that your Saturday was good. Oh, yeah, I did want to get some of my lighter golds in here, too. We got to figure, actually, I need to get some blues in there. Yes, that's what we're missing. I knew there was something missing over there. We'll get to that. Just a sec here. Why don't we just use this? I'm just going to take some Prussian blue here. And blammo. And all of us, yeah, see it? Nice little color change right there. I guess we'll sneak some down in there too. But then we gotta just let that set, right? Can't fool around with that just yet. So Lethal Shadows, yeah, we did. There's still actually a few more of the Printomancer busts that we haven't done yet. It was really fun to do this with the oils too. So yeah, we did a bunch of those. There's the Lilith bust from Archvillain. We painted that. Now I just, well, let's just say there's not a huge financial market for that, for painted busts. So that's why I just don't emphasize those as much. Loot Studios, that's the other ones. Yes, the Loot Studios busts. I'll also do those. And of course, there was it White Wolf Tavern? Yeah, the White Wolf Tavern bust that we did that kind of split on. And we have, oh, another Gandalf, speaking of 3D printed. This is from Printing Goes Ever On. He's like, dude, you know, kind of looks like you're on fire. He's like, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. It's off-camera light sourcing. It's like, don't know, still looks like you're on fire to me. It's like, oh, I had it with these guys. Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that, Elgon Tor. So yeah, I don't know, do you do the, well, let's see, Loot Studios, White Wolf Tavern, Archvillain, every release they have one bust. I know that, whatchamacallit, Printing Goes Ever On has done a few busts. I'm imagining that Lord of the Print probably has also done busts. I can't imagine that they haven't. I'm sure they must have. All right, let's start to break this down maybe into some smaller lights and darks. Let me see if I can do this right there. Yeah. Brighten that up just a smidge right there. And then along this line over here, we're going to need some lights on all of the little spiky bits for the armor here. Some reflected light. Boy, I think Lethal Shadow, I might have seen theirs. If you could just shoot me a reminder, something like that on Insta, just to go look at those, see what they got. And I can give you a heads up on what might work well for some different themes or whatever, either in a tutorial vid or I actually have a pledge on the Patreon page for busts where you actually get the painted bust. In addition to, well, obviously seeing the video, there's that, which is why, well, I kind of wanted to have a ready supply of busts, as you can imagine. All right, here, let's lighten this up too. All right, there. This needs some of that lighter violet underneath here. Because again, that should be reflecting on our gold right there. So let me see. I think we've seen all that. Now, of course, as brave and hardy as the Easterlings are, I think even the bravest and hardiest Easterling would never dare to venture into Moria. They never would. And of course, even Gandalf would say, he's like, "Huh, dude, man, don't go into Moria. Don't do what Sauron tells you, man, because these scary dudes, you don't want to mess with these guys." He's like, "What guys? What are we talking about here?" Yeah, fear these guys. Once you've seen this, you can never unsee this. This is the terrifying mimes of Moria. Yes, they are street mimes. Yes, they do wear striped shirts. Look at some of their apparel right here. You got chef's hats, top hats, of course berets, of course berets. Not quite sure why the baguette guy doesn't have the baguette in his oven mitt, but then the Lutin, they're not necessarily the brightest of creatures necessarily. Now, of course, the brightest of them all is Charles de Gaulle. He's only a 2-star general, but boy, he's really sporting a dapper mustache. These guys, Francois and Pierre, well, they thought they were the stars of the team. They weren't really into the blocking and the tackling, the rough stuff. That just wasn't their vibe, not their gig. They were master sommelier, however, as you can tell. They like the fine Chablis, maybe a Pinot Noir, something like that. This team was done back in 2006. So as you can imagine, these are all metal figures. They all had to be hacked apart with saws and pliers and then basically resculpted with green stuff. So that was a little bit of a challenge. Yes, you didn't have 3D printing back then. You didn't have lots of plastic figures around. Those guys actually did pretty well. They made the playoffs in both seasons. Yes, in both seasons they made the playoffs. Averaged just about 3 touchdowns a game. And we didn't just toss the Goblin on offense, we tossed the Goblin on defense. So yes, the Mimes of Moria, circa 2006. That was a blast. That was an absolute blast. I had a lot of fun making the figures. I even made a little stadium for them. You can see more info about those guys on the blog. Okay, got some more lights on our gemstones there. Maybe some more down here too. And then a little more reflected light on these armor pieces here. And why would we want more of a greenish color to be reflecting? Well, because we got the marble, right, which is more of a bluish color. I will take, speaking of green, we're going to take the brown matter. Some of our green, and that's like a little too much of an amber. There we go. Almost wanted it to be a little bit more of a reddish color. Not quite as the same as our... Yeah, we might, I don't know, maybe we'll bring back a little bit of the Van Dyke brown in there if I feel like it's necessary. Well, Green Fairy, I was trying to ponder, is there anybody that makes some Goblin Fairy, especially some 3D printed stuff maybe? Something that's 3D printed that could potentially be done as conversions for a new version of the old Goblin team. Because that was quite the fun project years and years ago. It'll be interesting to see if we could do something like that again. And here we'll get a little bit more of our dark there. Also needed to get some blue there, I think. That sharpens up that line. I think on the other ones, the interior of the cloak is more of a red, but we're going to stick with the indigo there. I think we're going to keep that a little more simple. So again, maybe there might be something in the 3D printing realm as far as goblins go. I don't know, maybe I think I have the Artisan Guild gobos. That might be something because you would want something kind of whimsical, right? And perhaps we could do something with those, converting those. Because we could print as many of them as we want. If we even needed to say, I don't know, chop off the head on one to use it on a different one, it's just a print, right? So no big deal. All right, so now we can really see the blues, and I'm also going to try and darken down. This is actually a little bit of blue here too. It's that same indigo that's going up here. And some amount metals, just to color go somewhere. Must go everywhere, right? Well, Lethal Shadows, I don't have Blender or anything like that. So unless the heads are separate files, I wouldn't have the ability to just print that. So again, don't have Blender, so don't have the ability to do that. And it's going to be quite a while, sadly, as much as I would love to be able to learn things like Blender and Mesh Mixer and all that kind of stuff. Oh, it's going to be a long time before we ever have the time to be able to do something like that. And again, it doesn't have to be Artisan Guild sculpts. Maybe there's some other ones that would work well. But I just know that the Artisan Guild, because they kind of have that little bit of whimsy attached to them, I know they're getting a little less stylized as they go along. Here, let's it's not just making that red, but also trying to make that a bit cooler red. Why? Because it's sitting right next to all this, right? I go back, indigo, maybe a little bit of the Prussian blue as well. That's what we needed. Remember I said I was going to have to let this stuff set here for a little bit first. And to let that set there. And so much easier to get the paint on there now that it has set. Well, I've known Andreas since, oh gosh, 2003, something like that. Yeah, since 2003. And that's why he did that Wappelius Spellbrush figure that we painted on stream. I mean, obviously, well, here's the small version of it. It's a little bit difficult for me to get the big version, but there's the small version. That's still there. It's part of their Troubles in Tavern series or something like that. And yes, that is a Wappelius Spellbrush figure right there. And yeah, I'll sharpen this up right here with a little bit of dark. There we go. See that? Sharpen that up. And then we'll take our blending brush to it here. Like so. And that's why we paint the Wappelius Spellbrush figure on our streamiversary. We've done that, well, we've done that twice now. Again, we painted the larger version this year. We painted a 54 mil version last year. And that's where we got to really see the difference between the oils and the acrylics for so many different aspects. The freehand part of it, just the difference in the lights and the darks. As we try to get a little bit of a lighter edge on, there we go, right here on the side. That's just so darn easy. And we'll go, I think it's a little bit more of our light down here, maybe some back here as well. There we go. Yeah, let things kind of light to dark again. More indigo here. And we'll bring that down. Oh yeah, back over the top of this. Do I need to get a darker indigo in there? Probably not. Would like to get my later highlight on the top of that. I'm going to try and introduce a little bit more. Terra Rosa. Where's my Indian yellow here? In yellow, Terra Rosa. Especially here on the top of the helmet. It's a color change, not so much with the value. And of course, Andreas used to work with Confrontation or Rackham way back in the day, which is why you had that sort of a look to all the Artisan Guild scopes. And we did one of our army painting series, of course, based on, and we got another one that's coming up on the Merfolk. Yes, on the Merfolk. They have so many nifty 3D printed bits. So again, that's Army Painting Series 29, 28. Yeah, 28. Really enjoyed the heck out of that. So Artisan Guild miniatures. So yeah, no, I do need to get a little bit of my lighter orange down here too. Okay, that works. Up here, see that, yeah, it's too much of a wide open light space. Let me see if we can do something like this here. Not so much up there, but down here. So we're just going to pop some of that on there. We'll take something to use as a blending brush. I guess we'll use this. So you see, we just pop that on there. Here, let me move this where you can maybe see it a little easier. And you see how all we're doing is grabbing the edge of that, and we just pull that over this way. That's all we needed to do. Very simple. And I want to do the same on the other side here. Except maybe on that, no, I'm going to have that down here too. So, do that, and now we're just going to merge that with what's already here. See a nice little color change right there. That's all it took. Let's see if the turquoise here is light enough. No, I know I'm going to need to go a little lighter. Maybe not that light. Maybe not quite that light, but we'll go with it here. If it is too light, we can always easily knock that down a bit. But here on the cloak to get a nice little band of lighter colors right along this fold here. Also, let's not forget these folds over here. So in those Twitch sessions where I was talking about the sculpting of all the robes and everything, my goodness, that was quite the exercise in sculpting robes. Now I know I did one YouTube video, or sorry, a Patreon video. That was with, oh yeah, we took the Diwali orcs and we turned them into Barad-dûr Blackguard, and we did some cloaks on them as well. That was where we learned if it's 100 degrees inside the house, yeah, don't film sculpting videos when it's that warm in the house. Learn that lesson. 80 creations, how you doing? So if for whatever reason, even Armored Wolf sometimes won't get notifications. It's weird. Well, Twitch is twitchy. Twitch is very twitchy. Of course, it's kind of funny because YouTube is trying to become like Twitch. As we welcome in Panda Bear. Panda Bear, how are you doing? It's so funny because I've used that expression myself. Thanks so much for joining us, Panda Bear. It's like, so blue wizards, I'm taking they're not in good health right now. He's like, well, they were before we found them. How does that go? It's like, well, you guys have fun up north. Yeah, I've been up there. It's too cold for me. Thank you so much for that follow, Panda Bear. Appreciate that. So yeah, YouTube has been trying very hard to sort of become the next Twitch, and because it's kind of pertinent here because of all the raids and everything. I think they're calling it live redirect. Yeah, so YouTube is trying to do something called like raids for YouTube Live. Uh, it hasn't gone that fantastic. Now, part of it is they are trying to be very cautious because of, well, remember there was the hate raids last fall on Twitch, so they didn't want to have that problem, but they made it so incredibly restrictive that it would take about 20 minutes for anybody to try and raid anybody else. And basically, you can only raid people that you already subscribe to. So it's a bit limited, to say the least, right now. They promise they're going to try and get that fixed, but we shall see. We shall see. Because there may come a time where I might do some YouTube lives again. It might be things more like, say, the battle report type stuff, where we're trying to play some games with our Lord of the Rings figures. Because it just might be necessary, because I don't think I'll have time to also edit battle reports. So that's why we might go in that direction. So see, I put a little bit of blue there. That's reflecting this up onto the helmet. So AD, I hope that you're doing well. I know it's just been so darn hectic for everybody. It's been hectic for me, so I can understand. It's been hectic for other folks as well. Trying to sneak in a couple of more of my lighter blues there. I'm not quite sure we're going to do any freehand on this part of the cloth. I was tempted to, definitely tempted to. And of course, well, the news that Twitch is going to start taking 25% more of cheers and subs and all that kind of stuff. That's why we sort of followed the advice of other streamers and went towards the that Amazon wishlist thing. And I know somebody asked a question about the desk earlier, but that was right when we had our raid. So that the desk fund here, because we're trying to use some new equipment, basically cameras that might allow me to paint bigger things, so that stuff like this, to fit it on camera, doesn't require me practically breaking the lone camera boom that I have, trying to expand it and make it work. Basically, it was, well, if we're going to change this, we have to change that. If that changes, this also has to change. So essentially, replacing one thing meant replacing everything. And one of those things was a new desk so that we could have those new camera booms. And well, supposedly, the desk is going to arrive on Wednesday next week. It's coming by FedEx. So that's the first hard date that I've actually gotten. Before it was, well, maybe it'll get there this day. Now apparently we have a hard and fast arrival date for the new desk. And I do appreciate everybody that's contributed towards all of the new equipment, the cameras, the microphones, the camera booms, the shelving units. It basically, again, required that we pretty much transform this entire work area. And some of the things on the wish list are very simple, basic things that I use all the time. The makeup sponges, very simple things. Gloves for 3D printing. So at a certain point, you say, well, I could cheer $5 of bits, or I could just get $5 worth of makeup sponges, and that way the person actually gets what I wanted them to get. I don't know when Twitch is doing that. I have no idea when. It's just there's no way they're not doing that if you're hearing it. So that will happen at a certain point. So Lethal Shadows, I think it's going to be a very long slog, unfortunately. I would not be surprised if it drags out for a while. Here, let's get a little bit more of our... yeah, I'm going to see if I can't... Oh, yeah, I need to get some more... First I'll do my dark there. Now we're going to try and get some more light here. Brilliant Yellow Pale. Brilliant Yellow Pale. Something like that. There. And there. And we're going to lighten the tops of these as well. Probably going to need to work some more blue in on the primary helmet there. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to. Oh, well, I'm glad that that's worked out for you. That's for sure. Yeah, Green Fairy, the Brilliant Yellow Pale is just... It never ceases to amaze me. Again, that's one of those Williamsburg colors that I know that they're not the cheapest in the world, but you do kind of get what you pay for, and you do get something pretty special, especially in the Brilliant Yellow Pale. There. Now, what I might do, I also have some other stuff that's out here. I actually have this Azog miniature out here. I might try to mess around with that. Yeah, Lethal Shadow, that's what I've been trying to, well, I mean, it's not super reassuring, right? It's like, yeah, everybody else has this thing that lasts for months. That's not really the most assuring kind of thing, is it? But it's the corresponding kind of lack of oxygen, right? That really saps the energy that you have. And I think that's one of the main issues. Hopefully that's the thing that maybe can be worked out sooner. Maybe the lingering cough stays, but at least a little more oxygen for the lungs there. Wow, Lethal Shadows, that's I believe if you discount, because there's some doubles that I have just because, well, doing classes or whatever, that I have some, but that might be, it's not twice as many as I have, but it's at least 30% more than all of the paints that I have here combined. So you got yourself quite the treasure trove of paints coming, that's for sure. Now we're going to go back to the skin, the radiant green. Why? Because there's this blue down here, right? The blue of the marble. We got to reflect that on our golds somehow, and that's going to take the form of a little bit of green here. And a little more there. Yeah. Something like this here. Actually, now lethal shit. I think. Weren't we talking about? I forget if you said you guys did it. If you guys have done a multi-stream or not with somebody. I've only ever tried it the one time. It's a little difficult because, as you can see, there's a lot of Q&A that happens here. So I wouldn't want to stomp on the other person. I know you were talking about a solution where you could just kind of turn yourself off of the main sound that everybody hears, and then just kind of go out and basically address your own audience, so to speak. I know that's not precise, but sort of close. Now on the top of these things, I will, yeah, I'm going to take the A little bit of the Fanchon Red and the Egyptian Violet. I want to see if we can really darken the tops of these guys down here. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. Now, the other thing I'm hoping too for doing, not just the bigger stuff like terrain, I am hoping too that the telephoto part of that lens will let me get closer, even closer here than, because this is about as close as I can get. Can only get so close with the camera. I mean, just at a certain point, camera ain't going to focus. You can get as close as you want physically. Yeah, you won't have any benefit out of it. I'm going to just take a little bit of my thinner here and we'll just go bloink light. So lethal shadows, I would suggest instead of doing the whole dropper bottle thing, right, like you see in some of those vids, you could even just do stuff like this, where all you have to do is just squeeze a tiny bit of paint in there, put a drop or two of the thinner, and just kind of maybe start with something like this. Again, the only reason I even thought about those was because I needed them for a class. So is it necessity or desperation are the mothers of invention? And yeah, we needed something, and that's what we ended up doing. So there's a little bit lighter on the bottom of the gemstone there. So lethal shadows, the cameras are here. Actually, the booms are here. Unfortunately, current circumstances of, well, let's just say that I've lost about 40% of my usual work time. And that was the time I was hoping to be able to at least experiment with the cameras on another machine. Obviously, I still need to produce videos and do sessions here for now, but I do have another machine that I used to actually record tutorials on, and I'm hoping tomorrow maybe I can just give the camera a test on the other machine. So I can still record my usual videos here tomorrow, but also maybe do a little bit of a test. This is just a test on the other machine and see how that works. And hopefully it works out fantastic. And again, thanks to everybody that helped to make that happen. When it comes to possibly some of the terrain stuff, we'll see there is actually a third camera that's just a wide angle. It's not the combo one. Now I also have to break out that Elgato Steam Deck, or Stream Deck, sorry, and see what we can do with that too. Haven't used that yet. I'll have to find some old tutorials because that's actually an older piece of equipment now. There we go. And well, Lethal Shadow, all the stuff here is plugged directly in. There's no, unlike the other machine where I had, there's so many USB drives. Those are all plugged into a kind of a secondary USB. Everything here is plugged right in directly into the computer. There's no hubs or anything like that. Continue to, yeah, we're gonna have to add some of our indigo there, because it's not just enough to have the dark. We need to actually shift the color on that too. Let me take a look at my other marble bases here. Do we need to go? See, I don't need to go all that much lighter on these little veins of marble here. We might go a little bit lighter here. See what happens with maybe this. We'll thin it down as well. So Rascal, the thing that I thought could really be helpful, or the aspect would be, say, either filming terrain, because so much bigger, right? And maybe multiple angles could be really helpful on that. And most definitely things like, well, battle reports, right? You've got your overall camera view, maybe a close-in view. So that was the area I thought really could be helpful for the Stream Deck. Well, we'll see if it works out that way. Oh, see, so we're getting some of the finer veins in here. I think it's been, I don't know, about 45 minutes since we last messed around with the marble there. Oh, by the way, this is only not even 2.5 hours in. Yeah, this had as much paint as this. Literally was the same primer. That's all this was 2 hours and 29 minutes ago. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. You know what? I'm going to take... Let's make Radiant Gray. That never gets old. Never gets old. And of course, we have a new microphone so that we don't have to use the one that, well, lots of folks have seen what it looks like. The most bizarre thing is that I've tried other microphones, at least two, maybe three, that are all pricier than the one that I have, and none of those three sounded half as good, even though some of them were twice the price, maybe three times, that shocked the heck out of me. That's not what I was expecting. I thought, well, something that costs three times as much, it's got to sound better, and it didn't. Much to my chagrin and surprise, because I would have loved it if those other ones had worked, but they just didn't. You never know how that's going to go. Uh, Streaming equipment, filming equipment, audio visual stuff, it can be funky. You never quite know how that's going to work out. I need to go just a smidge lighter on the boots here. And I'm just basically highlighting my reddish brown with green, because reasons. Because it does kind of graze it down. It keeps it from becoming too competitive with all of our golds. We don't want that. Don't want that. And I think it's right next to all the blue marble there, so I think that would also have an influence on that. Yeah, Primordial Traveler, it was very much a chicken and the egg sort of thing, because I got these different camera booms because, well, if I'm going to use these other things, I need something that essentially can be much taller than this. And then I realized, well, there's no way they're going on this ancient computer table literally from the 1980s. It's got to be at least almost 40 years old. And it's sitting on top of a bunch of old Blood Bowl books to try and raise it higher. I realized that the new table, I think, with nothing used to raise it, is already going to be about 2 inches taller than this one, maybe 2.5 inches, which would be very helpful for posture. That alone will be nice. It would be nice to not have my computer monitor sitting on a 10-inch pile of books, or blue tack to a shelving unit. That'll be nice. Looking forward to that. Because the new desk actually has a place for monitors and for the desktop unit. Heaven forbid. So L-shaped desk wasn't going to work here. I looked at those and just immediately realized that is not going to work with the space here. We needed well, the desk is about 20 inches longer or so than what's here. Actually, yeah, about 22, 23 inches longer. Lethal Shadows, I'll send you a link to the desk in a message afterwards, so you can check that out. I thought I already did. I know I've sent it to a couple of folks so that they could kind of get an idea of what it is we're trying to do. All right, so there's my reflected light. There's the blue reflected over here. Same thing. I see that line of blue reflections. Now, what we need to do is actually get a line of dark in between the blue and our yellow, and that's going to happen here. Like so. Then I'm going to have to actually fade that just a bit somehow. Let's see if we can do that this way here. Looks like you can see it here. Just again, take this brush, push that stuff around. Now I'll grab my lightest light here. Bam, like so. And that's going to go right along this line. Again, a chain of lights. Because when folks are wearing armor, for all intents and purposes, they're wearing a whole big series of cylinders all over their body. Pretty much everything is just a form of cylinder. And we'll pop a little bit more of our light there. The eye, did we get something for the eye? I think we sort of did. There's a couple of other random little light areas in there. I'm pretty sure that's just the cloak. We've got a few bits of armor. I'm going to try and snag a couple of lights on. You can't really see much of that, so not going to spend a lot of time in that area. Blades has returned. So Blades, hopefully the patrol with the Hound has maybe tired out the Hound. Probably it might have tired the human out more than the Hound, but hopefully the Hound is maybe a little bit less rambunctious now. This is some dark here. It's got a little bit of the violet in it. I'm going to do the same over here. Yeah, not like that. We did get some of our orange into that. I think we're good. Let me see if I can't. This will be interesting. Here, let's grab this. Our white. Let's see if we can do that. The little highlights here. Another thing you could do is just wait till this is dry and hit it with some gloss coat or something. And then you would sort of get your highlights by default. But we'll try and do the little painted in highlights here. Let's get a second one over there. And the gemstones are that big. It can never hurt to have a second little highlight there. Let's try and get some on these guys. Like so. And this is the advantage of the oils because it's just so easy to get these tiny little brush strokes because that tiny little dot of paint, that is not drying on the end of the brush. I don't know how many times with acrylics, sat there, had a little tiny dot of paint on the end of the brush. By the time I got to the miniature, it just bounced off the miniature because it was dry. Especially in the winter time, when the heater is going on 24 hours a day and then the air is very dry. That is bound to happen. Okay. Well, Blades, hopefully the Hound grows up to be very nice and big, and you just put some kind of collar on him just to make him look a little bit more ferocious than he actually is, and you just parade around. It'll tire him out, and maybe give you a little extra street cred too. There you go. Batons, that was the word I was looking for. Yes, one of those retractable batons. That's it. I don't even remember what the heck the conversation. Oh yeah, actually, I think that was in our conversation. I could not for the life of me think of that. I have no idea why that just did now. But oh, thanks, Blades. We could use some of this here. Look at, we're 2.5 hours in and we still got that much. We still have to resupply tomorrow though, because by tomorrow we'll be just about gone. And there will be, I don't know if there'll be anything left by Monday if I don't go get some tomorrow. Ooh, actually, I'm looking at that. That's actually our marble color here. Yes. Poof. That's better. Yes. Much better there. Now, of course, again, we've got this one here. I was going to try and do a regular tutorial video on that. Oh, you know what? You know what? I might try to record this on the other machine if I can get the new camera and the new mic hooked up there. Obviously, ultimately it's going to end up over here, but for the testing phase, We'll see, because I used to record basing videos on that other machine. And ultimately, we will probably need just an entire second setup, because there was a reason why I used to film basing videos on a different setup, because basing videos are incredibly messy. And I used to have a portable vacuum cleaner even to keep this area, try and get some of that junk off of the desk here so that I could try and do regular vids. Ah, look at that. That's very nice. Oh, thanks, War Shadow. Appreciate that. You know what? One of the keys is War Shadow, and of course Blades. How many times you've heard me say it a lot. People, this is kind of the standard look you see, or sometimes you even see this. But people have this kind of death grip on the ferrule, right? Well, as you can see, I'm not even able to reach the miniature. So what I actually have here is, first of all, relaxed grip on the brush. But there are times where my hand is closer to the back of the brush than the front of the brush. I've got both of my arms resting on one of those, oh, what is that? The elbow, or no, the wrist kind of for a keyboard, right? So you don't get the carpal tunnel syndrome happening. Both elbows resting on that. So this arm, you can see it's not going anywhere, right? This hand rests over here, and the brush is going nowhere until I tell it to. So I know for people that have kind of the shakes or something like that, this might be one way to, well, maybe not get rid of them, but maybe it could cut down on those, because I know that's not really easy to do stuff like, well, freehand, if you got the shakes going on, right, and it's doing this. But if you can just make yourself nice and solid like so, and again, look at what my hand is. I don't even have my thumb. Look, ma, no thumbs. No thumb on that brush. Seriously, there is no, I'll just keep my thumb off of that brush, and you can see got total control over that even with no thumb on the brush. So the thumb has suddenly become a redundant in necessity of evolution, right? It's not needed. It's a failure of evolution. The opposable thumb. Said no scientist ever. But that's my story. I'm sticking to it as I get a little stuck into some more of my yellow there. Now here, what might be interesting is some Indian yellow, some of our purple matter. Ah, ooh, that's a nice. The intensity of this is nice, and it has some transparency too. Primordial Traveler. I never actually had an official maul stick, like a store-bought maul stick, but I did have pieces of wood that back in the old days of 2D art, I used to use that. Now, of course, those of us that were really, really cheap would just kind of stick our arm across there and use that as like a human body part maul stick, but and that's not something that you use for walking around a mall. That's for folks that are like, what the heck is a maul stick? It's essentially something that you would kind of put across your canvas, and that you could rest your arm on that without actually coming into contact with your canvas. So again, this is basically my maul stick right here. So my thumb, as you can see, it supports my hand. I could even do this. My hand's actually resting on the table, and I could do this for 5 hours. It would get kind of boring, but nothing's moving anywhere because again, I've got full support on my elbow, full support on my hand, and this is essentially that maul stick here. This is the maul stick, and then this is my hand resting on that maul stick. But it all starts with that, oh gosh, it's got to be about 27 inches long or 28 inches long. It's a big old thing, at least 2 feet long. And it works really well. I really like it. I might have to get me another one of these for the new desk because this one is just so darn destroyed. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it off of this one. Might almost be, it might almost be glued on there at this point. Alright, so we've got a red there. Now this, let's see if I can't get a little bit of that darker. That's that Fanchon red. Oh, there's a touch of the Indian yellow slash purple matter mix in there as well. So you can see we've got like a series of these lines here, right? That's very critical with your metals because it's a hard surface. Think of those almost like your universal cartoon signature for glass. Ooh, we'll do this. More Indian yellow here. Well, we got an awful lot of red in this. I'm going to see if I can't get more of just the Indian yellow on the brush here. I think that's a little more like it. And some of these, some of the leaf armor here, I'm going to try and, yeah. Part of it is trying to get some shadows in here. Also, part of it is trying to change up the color a little bit. So Lethal Shadow, it's the same. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Here's one of them. It's the same stuff I do the paintings on. It's just Crescent Hot Press illustration board. Oh, I think I probably sent Dano a link. So I will send you a link to the Dick Blick there. And that way you can, that way you know exactly what to get. So I'll just shoot you a link to that. There we go. So now there's actually some shading on these and a little more color. They were looking a little too devoid of any sort of color whatsoever. Obviously they're pretty darn small, aren't they? Thanks Regadon Joy, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Nice to have you with us here in the chat. Appreciate that. So, Akalis, the we call it the brushstroke management phase. That typically happens, usually about 3 hours in or so. So if you see physical brushstrokes there, remember our blending brush, right? The brush has no paint on it. At a certain point, when the paint has set there long enough, you can come back in and you can just sort of buff those out. It's almost like you're working on a desk or a piece of furniture, right? And you're just trying to buff the finish on that, make it a little bit smoother and shinier. The brush strokes could also mean too much paint, because when we say less is more and more is way too much, that is not kidding around. You say like, I got no paint on the brush. It's like, good, take some more off. You say, but I have negative amounts of paint on the brush. That's great. Take some more paint off of that brush. And it's kind of the obsessive thing that we always talk about is just don't have a lot of paint piled up on that brush, because that's also another way that those brush strokes are going to appear. But plenty of ways to deal with them, and generally that's one of your easier methods. Just let that stuff have a good couple of hours to set there. Doesn't even have to be that long. Just don't try and go back after it right away. Best to just leave that set there. Now here we want to do something. We don't have any kind of real transition there. It's all kind of the same value. Yeah, Primordial Traveler, it's amazing how, now again, it depends on how much you do it, but sometimes even week by week or month by month, you'll notice there's just a big difference, right? All of a sudden you say, wow, that's not how I used to apply the paint. Like here, this is not something that I did when I first started doing oils. I just plop that light color there. Remember that blending brush we're talking about, right? See that? See what just happened there? Same on the other side of this. So instead of doing a whole bunch of layers, why would I do that when I could just literally plop that light paint there and then push it to either side and then be done with it, and that's it. Yeah, just like Green Fairy was saying, yeah, you do have to be patient with yourself. I know that we are always our own worst critics. And we would really like to just be able to get the hang of things right away. I know, believe me, there's things that I wish that I could have just learned very quickly, and it just kind of had to. it took me a while to learn. And this is even beyond just the painting stuff, other stuff that I just really wish I could have kind of known or learned a lot faster. But sometimes it just had to be the hard way. Lots of stuff with 3D printing. Pretty much everything that I've learned with the 3D printing is mostly just having things go haywire. Nothing like having something go haywire. You have to analyze it to then go, oh, all right, now I know what's going on here. So what I just did there, see I added that dark there, right? Where's Beefy Chiefy over here? Just like what we did on his helmet, that's the kind of thing that we're trying to do on this guy's helmet over here. Yeah, Green Fairy, well, you remember how early on, and this is 3.5 years ago now, could be closer to 4 years now, where I really wasn't doing the final phase stuff with the oils. I wasn't doing a freehand with the oils either. That only just kind of worked its way as part of the process over time. So, like I said, for folks, it's just so important. It's difficult to be, again, give yourself a little wiggle room as far as that learning curve goes. It's tough because, again, we would all like to just be able to sit down and be able to master the medium straight away. And it can happen. Most likely it will be a little bit of a trial and error sort of a thing. Yeah, like Greed Fairy was saying, it can be easy to just all of a sudden find yourself kind of like Wile E. Coyote out over the cliff, and someone's handed you an anvil and another anvil and then another anvil, and you've got that 10,000-foot drop that you're about to head down into. That can happen. Now, of course, I always advise with the oils. Here, I kind of had to work on one miniature, right? Because we're trying to do a little bit of a lesson here. Typically, I would want to work on 30 of these and maybe 20 other figures and a piece of terrain and a bust or two all at the same time. That would be my preferred way. That's unfortunately not really going to work for things like streaming, at least not for shorter streams. That's why I do like the longer type of Saturday special streams where I can actually really get in there and do a whole bunch of figures all at once. And blades, it's okay if you wanted to do part of it in oils. Maybe you just do the preglaze stuff. The preglaze and the initial lightning process that you've seen a bunch of times here. Maybe you do that and then you say, you know what, I'll just do the rest with the acrylics after it dries. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. And then who knows, maybe eventually you start feeling more comfortable and you might want to try the entire process with the oils. But as always, kind of do it at a manageable pace for yourself. Don't try to push yourself too far. You do want to have fun, right? This is supposed to be our fun thing. Well, for some of us it's a work thing, but for most of us it's a fun thing. Now, as I'm looking at this here, because that's such a long line, see we got the kind of different bands of transition on this, and here too, and on the sword, I might try and do that here. What we don't really have is any of this, our kind of warm orangey-ish. There's a technical term that you can use. See, that looks to me a little bit more fun right there. So blades, yeah, let's say, we do the preglaze, right? And then we put those initial light colors on there and then we stop. And I think I've got, oh, wait, here we go, look at this. So see, here's one where we did the preglaze and we started to throw some of the lighter metallics on there. Well, this is all dry. It's been dry for a month. I could go over the top of that with acrylic if I wanted. It's all dry. Once it's dry, it's almost like it's just primer. Yeah, punishment. I know that is kind of the when people hear me say I'm using oils, that's kind of the place they go to. Is that right? Where you're kind of you start out with just like you said, and then you kind of put the oils over the top of it. Now they get kind of shocked when they hear that no, it's the whole process. It's start to finish. They get very shocked when they hear that. So yeah, I'm telling you, Green Fairy, I swear that somebody with a very strange sense of humor developed keyboards and keyboard apps. Someone with a very twisted sense of humor developed those because they were not meant for humans to use, at least not you and me. Well, at least not me, because keyboards and me, we don't get along. What does get along here is the resurgence of that dark. It's not just dark, but it's also an orange. See, look at this here. So it's not just darker there, it's actually got a whole different color. Up here, we literally used blue. There's actually indigo up there. Now we're actually starting to put in some of this orange here. Why are we doing that? Orange versus blue, right? Nice little contrast there. And blades, the nice thing is that you could even try out a lot of the oils on just stuff on sprues, right? It doesn't even have to be fully assembled miniatures. I think you were talking about maybe just like some prints that didn't turn out well, right? Some prints that just didn't work out. You say, all right, here, look, I'll slap some oils on this. I don't care because it was a print that had a failure in it somewhere. Ooh, here's what we're doing. Ooh, look at that. There we go. And then we're going to do the same up here. Yes. All right, where's my orange again? Where's my orange? Just like this. Yeah. So that's the kind of thing that makes this look shiny. Is these you don't know what's necessarily reflecting there, but something's reflecting. I mean, it's gold. Boy, I wish I could grab the. Oh, I do have it here. Here we got this one. Speaking of Loot Studios, really love Loot Studios for. But here again, you can see. Look at all the different colors in the in our golds right there. You got that orange over here, almost like a grayish green down here. And the same starts to happen over here too, like all the different colors in our golds, very little of which is actually yellow. Very little actually is yellow. Yeah, Green Fairy, I'm hoping to be able to do a an emote, right? That's an emote of him. I think I've got 2 emote slots, or is it more? Maybe it's more, I don't know. But I think I've got a couple of emote slots, and gee whiz, in the vast amounts of spare time that I don't have, we really would love to be able to make an emote out of him. Armored Wolf, I I hope that wasn't quite as well. I hope that it just went fast. I hope that it went fast. I guess that's the best we can hope for there. So Vors, I don't bother with the glass palettes at all. It's a piece of parchment paper. It's a high quality piece of parchment paper, and it's just clipped to a piece of cardboard. Because when I'm done with it, all I got to do is take it off and chuck it in the garbage, right? Because there's so little paint on that palette, in a couple of days it's all going to be dry anyways. Also, the side benefit is you could also, on the other sheets that you're not using, you could cook on those, and they work really well because it's a high quality parchment paper. It does tend to absorb some of the excess liquid slash whatever. Glass palettes, obviously, you would probably have to be cleaning that, and that's just extra time and just hassle that you don't need. Don't need that extra hassle at all. I don't believe so, Painter Leggett. I've done some of their Egyptian stuff. I did that sort of avatar type lady. I actually printed out a whole bunch of the, was this the April release, right? The Gladiators. I printed out a bunch of those. I haven't had a chance to print out the busts. of the one warrior lady. Is she in this batch here? I think, no, I don't have that one here. Nope, don't have that one up here. No, I don't have that one. I have not actually had a chance to paint that many Loot Studios figures, which is weird. I do have several printed out, like I said, and well, there's that. I think was it the month before was kind of the pirate release. I have some of those. I know that. Wars. It's kind of funny because at least 5 years ago, I tried telling folks. I said, "Okay, this is over. It's back to the old days," and they wouldn't believe me. They said, "Oh no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine." I said, "It ain't gonna be fine." The Dark Ages are back, and they will be here for probably another 20 years, 30 years, like they were before, because that's the way things work here in Chicago. But they didn't want to listen. And maybe now they believe me. No, oh yeah, that one that looked a little bit out of alignment to me there. Yeah, that was going to be a little too tough to tackle, especially getting on screen. Yeah, that one just looked like it was going to be a major challenge to get on screen. Actually, that weird, the Were Jackal that you saw, Jack, that was a challenge just to get that on screen. So who knows? Again, maybe the new setup, maybe something like that will actually work out on screen. Because one of the things too, there's actually a larger version of this. I think now it's a 12 by, no, it's actually 18 by 24. So that should be nice working on a, because here if I try and expand out the camera too far, all you just see is camera booms and other junk, which is super distracting. Just it really kind of takes away from what I'm trying to paint, which is why we've been trying to get some of these, well, the different types of camera booms and everything else, so we don't have to deal with that sort of weird distraction. So who do you have? An entire army painting series on Dol Amroth? An entire army. That's going to take me a little while to scroll up there, but we'll get there eventually. Whoops, are they here? There they are. So yes, I have an whole entire army painting series on Dol Amroth. And we're going to be adding some more to these because I've got, those are actually Forgeworld right there. So I've got Medbury Miniatures. I have his Dol Amroth, and we're going to definitely be adding to that. And we also did this. So I think we did some of the conversion of this on stream. So this was my new Prince Imrahil right here. So this was really fun. And I want to try and do this on some of those Medbury Dol Amroth. So yeah, and of course, a little bit of just some minor freehand here and there, whatever, just a little touch of that. But we'll try and do some more of that again on our, because we need way more Dol Amroth than just that. And of course, Hootie, we painted, I've got entire sessions here where we're painting our regular Gondolians with true metallic metals. We've done at least a couple sessions on those, and there will be more coming. So Hootie, basically I'm making every single army in MESBG. That would include Legendary Legions. It's to the point, especially because of the 3D printing side of things, that I'm actually going to be able to do a basically Civil War in Arnor, because I have enough different Arnor figures where I could have Cardolan, uh, let's see, Arthedain, and Rudar. Yes, I could have all three of those. And we can have ourselves a grand old Arnorian Civil War. A little kin strife in Arnor. Oh, thanks, Blades. It's, believe it or not, it's the same blue that we used on the Ultramarine right here. Pretty much the same setup there. Yeah, Loim. I know that they basically assigned a lot of the stuff that he did to other folks, and he was a bad hombre, right? You don't mess with him. He was one tough dude, and it was kind of a bummer. I mean, basically they said, well, we couldn't just introduce all these new characters, or all the old characters. It was weird because they found time to introduce brand new ones like Lurtz, right? They introduce Lurtz, but they don't have any Imrahil. All right, there, just a little tightening up of down here. Thanks, Blades. It's very key to have those. And just like any kind, well, even like the segments on the say the armor on somebody's arm, you have to have these kind of descending sets of highlights like that. Very important here. So Hootie, that was one of my painting videos, and they have to be basically no longer than 2 hours. That was probably about an hour and 45 minutes maybe of painting time. Yeah, I think about an hour, 45 minutes of painting time. And you see every brushstroke. There's nothing that's done outside of the filming process. Yeah, Blades, that's what made this so interesting, because all of that's sculpted. That this does not come this way. You can check out the stream. I think it was 2 streams we sculpted this guy, where we do use the epoxy sculpt, right? So yeah, all of the armor that does not exist on him. That cloth does not exist on him. That strap, none of this stuff is actually on him. Yeah, that was all sculpted on. That's a couple of sessions. Loim, I never even got the audiobooks because there's almost never going to be a time where I can do that, I think. It's just basically 24 hours a day of streaming, filming, editing. Uh, Maybe at some point. Um, and what was it? Oh, I have to get to be able to listen to the audiobooks on Amazon. What the heck was it that I had to get? It's been so long, I don't even remember. I know you told me about 10 times. I'm kind of bummed about that, Loin, because I was really looking forward to being able to like hear book Denethor instead of movie Denethor, right? And hear about Imrahil and all the guys that I really enjoy and would love to hear about. Now here we're gonna get a little touch of light along the edge there. Audible, thanks. So again, unfortunately, as much as I would love to get to listen to the audiobooks, that's we're literally either streaming or filming or editing, and those 3 things sadly preclude being able to listen to stuff, which is it really bums me out because man, I was hoping. So Audible, yeah, that's. And actually, Loim, have you heard the Andy Serkis version? And I guess if you've heard it, do you like it? Because I know that you had the other version, and you were very much a fan of the, I don't know, what do you want to call it, the original one? So yeah, Loim, I was thinking, I mean, we have Amazon Prime, so we should be able to access that, right? There we go. Another bit of like right along the edge there. And a little more over here. So unfortunately, it's been very difficult to find any part of the day where we're not actively doing things that involve, well, listening to stuff. I mean, I guess I'm listening to myself right now, or, well, speaking, right, or listening to me speak, which is a lot of me. That's way more of me than I ever thought I'd be listening to. All right, I will lighten this up too. Don't necessarily need the blue over here. That works better. Well, actually, Loim, I'm really glad that it was good, because I mean, you figured it would have to be. You figured, I mean, he just is so amazing with that. I'm really, really glad that he did a good job with it. Somewhere along here, I'm going to do this, okay? Now, let me see if I can tip my blending brush, and we'll just take a little bit of that away. Poof, there we go. Now, this over here, what is that? That's not armor, that's actually more of a lead. This up here is armor, though, so we're going to have to lighten that up. Catching some of the light down from above, not too much. Here too, we need to refine some of this stuff. Hootie, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate that. The next time I'm hoping to stream would be Monday. That usually begins somewhere between, say, 7:30 and 8 o'clock. Cannot promise what it might be. I don't believe we're going to be doing Armada stuff. I don't think I'll be able to get stuff prepped before then. In fact, I know I'm not going to be able to prep any Armada ships before then. We'll just pretty much just grab something that's already set here. Either that, or it could be some of the frameworks. That's the other thing that I kind of need to do, is get back to some of those frameworks miniatures. So don't be surprised if it's one of those. It'll be more of an infantry size figure like this. I think I've already done all of the large creatures. That would be this guy and the Minotaur. Here again, those are from Frameworks. I actually did a video on assembling those and basing them. Pretty sure that was a Patreon video, because people had asked about assembly videos. And I thought, well, all right. I got to assemble these anyways, and they were probably hoping I would do something like that. So it was sort of a semi-unboxing slash assembly video. Now, this is something, talking about past projects that I really wish I had the oils for. Oh my gosh, this whole entire project would have just taken 70% less time. Not kidding. Let's see, where's my Imperial Fist? There they are. There they are. So that right there, I had to do 2 of those. I could have done both of those in the time it took me to do one. And it wouldn't just be the weathering with the oils, it would be everything. It would be the freehand, it would be the yellow, it would be the blue glow, it would be everything. So much easier with the oils. Same with these guys. Same with these guys. And even this vehicle right here, that was actually a scratch, basically a scratch built Land Raider right there. That was a pretty interesting thing to paint. And again, I wouldn't have just painted the weathering with the oils. It would have been the entire thing, because let me see if I can find my Imperial Fist Space Marine. He's around here somewheres. He is around. There he is. There you are, hiding way the heck over here. There you are. Come on. That's better. So this is my very first chapter studies video. You can guess, Indian yellow. There's some Van Dyke brown in there, a little bit of the brown matter, and then of course brilliant yellow pale. And this was all done, including the freehand, everything, in about an hour and a half, hour 40 minutes, something like that. Very simple. And oh, thanks, Blades. Could use a little more of this, but we're gonna definitely get some more for Monday. So Loim, is it wild to hear Circus? Well, obviously he's doing the Gollum voice, but then to hear him, well, sort of doing the other voices too. That was the other reason I thought, aside from, hey, I finally actually get to listen to the books, right? Which I've only been studying in well, sort of videos, right, for a long time. What was it? I think it was Think Geek. They just did another video on movie Denethor versus book Denethor. And it is kind of a bummer. You know, Denethor, he kind of gets a little bit of a raw deal there in the movies. He was definitely way more powerful in the books. What was it, 30 years that he spent duking it out with Sauron via the Palantir? Yep, Ranzarok, that was my second one. First one was Blood Angels, second one was Dark Angels. And actually I have him here. So this was chapter 2. And there it is. So chapter 2, again, little bit of freehand here and there. We try to work some of that in on every single video. So that was our Dark Angels video. Now this red has a little bit of just a little bit of pinkishness to it because I don't want it necessarily to match completely with, say, our little gemstones, right? So we're trying to almost add a little bit of a cooler red to this. Hey, Queez. So Queez, I'm glad that you were at least able to have some fun with that game yesterday. Was yesterday, right? Yeah. And let's see. And I think it was relatively close too, right? I know there's victory points and different ways of doing that. What are they? Those objective cards or something like that. And I think if you can accomplish whatever the card says, maybe on the turn that it specifies or something like that. Again, it's been quite a while since I last played 40K. So it was very close. So blades, I can actually. What I'll do is I'll just send you links to the blog post because it has way more pictures. Yeah, I'll send you that. Thank you so much, Art Claude. Jeez, Bruce, how you doing? It's been a while. I hope that you're doing well. Look at that. I just threw a little bit of that crazy red into there. We're also going to throw some of that into here. Again, we have an awful lot of the orange there. I'm going to try and, this is practically magenta here. Just to get a little something different in there. Just add a little different flavor to that here. Not so much, right? Because we want that to be nice and orangey. Might even, I don't know, maybe the eye of a dragon here instead of being, well, maybe we'll do that more of a red or something here. We'll just change that up a little bit. Hey, Orchrist, how you doing? Jeez, talk about a while. I hope that, geez, I hope you're doing good. So everybody, hey, give Orchrist a follow. Orchrist, what have you been doing lately? And if you got any Insta pics or something like that, you want to pop those into the chat. People can see what you've been working on. I'm sure they would get a kick out of that. So yeah, do that. Coming back to streaming this month. Now, is it something where you're just going to try and feel your way back into a new schedule, or are you going to try and kind of go back to the schedule that you had going on? And everybody, please give Orchrist a follow so that you'll know when Orchrist starts doing streaming again. Oh, thanks, Art Claude. Yeah, Art Claude, we're speaking of 2D. Yes, we are back to our landscapes of Middle-earth right here. It's been a while, and I've really missed them. But yes, I do believe the next one I'm going to do is the Argonath. because that was one of my favorites, and of course I don't have that one anymore, so probably going to be doing that. That might be nice. And of course now I actually have the previous one that I did, so I can have that up as a reference instead of finding whatever. That'll be very fun. I'm just going to take some of this really deep Prussian blue here. We're going to go into some of these folds again. Hey, Lady B. Nice to see you again. I hope that you're doing good too. So we just throw a little bit of our dark into those blues. We'll take some of the paint out of the brush here, and then we're going to let that get blended into what's already here, like so. Yes. And I guess, well, since in some parts of the world it's already Sunday, actually in most parts of the world it's already Sunday, I guess it's Happy Mother's Day. I think so. So happy Mother's Day to the moms out there. And I just might steal a little bit of darker blue here along the bottom edge of this. Just like so. Well, Lady B, yeah, it's very confined here because there's the miniature, there's the camera boom, there's the palette cam. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different LED lights pointing in various directions. So it is tight quarters, and of course, well, you don't want to be moving around, do you? You don't want to create a moving target for the viewers. And a lot of times you're holding the miniature in a place that's not really ideal to paint it, but people got to see it, don't they? People got to be able to see it, so that also means holding it at a really weird angle sometimes. There we go. Now I feel like we got some turn to the cloth here. So yeah, Art Claude, and this is a little bit easier because it's smaller. Last night we were painting this, which as you can see is a wee bit bigger. Just a little bit bigger. So that meant moving the camera around and changing things around. So yeah, that was our stream from last night. And then, well, when you get an even bigger things like this, or where we're trying to film the waterfall process there, that gets interesting as well. Well, actually, Lady B, I'm glad that worked out. I know you were talking about it. I actually have some of that on the way. At least I think so. Maybe I don't. No, I have some of that still water. No, okay, never mind. That's in the Amazon wish list. Okay. Somehow I thought I had actually ordered that stuff. No, that's in the Amazon wish list. So I guess I'll have to go to the Micromart catalog, see if we can snag some of that. I'm glad that worked out, Lady B. I know that your other experiment went a little bit, well, in a different direction than you wanted it to. I think we're all caught up there. Yeah, Insbo, if you want to put a link to your digital painting there, that's something that I always wanted to do. I always wanted, never had a chance to really do that at all. I know there's oh gosh, what was it? Keltos, that old game back in 2001, 2002. That's when you really started to see some of the digital illustration happen. And man, I thought it was really cool. And of course, it's only gotten better and better and better since then. I mean, as the equipment gets better and such, yeah, really enjoy that. There's a lot of fantastic stuff going on with the digital 2D art for sure. All right, this I'm actually gonna even a little bit more of that magenta, almost like a bluish red, a purplish red here, so that some of the oranges that we put in the armor, like this up here, a little bit more of an effect. Now here, I'm gonna get a couple more lights on it. Boy, there's some tight folds right in there. It should be interesting. Well, of course, I think, so Loim, I had a chance to look at those, it's not just Bjorn. There was these Aornings or something like that. So there was actually, there wasn't just Bjorn, there was more, or of his race, I guess would you call it, or his family. Because that's going to be a big part of, I guess, the Defense of the North book, is stuff like that. So Lady B, now, are you, well, if you're doing Western, if you're doing Western Gondor, then you must be doing something like Dol Amroth or Pelagir. Pelagir is east, really. But if you're doing, yeah, Western Gondor, it's probably something more like Dol Amroth. Oh, and now here again, this is, so another example, what we're trying to do here, right, with the color temperature game. So you can see here, cooler, right, more grayed down, and here very much warmer, right, and more high saturation. Here we don't have the glow. We are, however, going to be doing that on here. So we've got our flamey skulls again, right? Flamey skulls, lots of object source lighting here. I haven't done any object source lighting on any of my Easterlings yet so far. Yeah, Loim, basically they're really starting to go down into the minutia of things, trying to find new stuff. I mean, we're just glad that it seems like maybe GW is actually thinking, oh, this is a game system that we actually paid a lot of money to have via the license, right? Maybe we should do something with it. So I think they're actually really genuinely trying to do something with Middle-earth SBG. Oh, thanks, Lady B. And of course, here is the original, and we'll be doing many more Dol Amroth miniatures here. So there you go, some Dol Amroth. And had a lot of fun doing the individual heraldry on those horses. Oh, that was so much fun. It was so much fun. So I'm going to take the, oh gosh, what the heck are they again? Some of the Medbury miniatures Dol Amroth and get those assembled. And then we can paint some Dol Amroth on stream. Lots of Swan Knights. More Swan Knights, more better. So Lady B, it's actually easier to do the freehand with the oils because, well, you can make changes to things. And actually here, yeah, even on this freehand, we were able to change things up because the pattern here originally, it was almost more like a tic-tac-toe board, and I actually just wiped these things out. Otherwise, if that had been acrylics, right, I would have had to repaint things. Here I just said, no, I don't like it. I took a blending brush and just wiped those away, and that's all it took. Actually, Lethal Shadows, remind me, I gotta get you, a diamond there. I thought I'd already done that. So sorry about that. There's a little bit of my red there. Now this, no, we're gonna leave it. I was thinking of doing another little symbol in there. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. I'm going to throw a little bit of that, touch of that red in there too. Change this around. And thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for throwing the link to the YouTube channel into the chat. And I just did put up basically a YouTube video. That was the painting of this. So we kind of trimmed it down to about 2 hours or so. Our landscapes of Middle Earth. Oh, look at that. Middle Earth right there down in there in the corner. So that is, we're back to our landscapes of Middle Earth on Thursdays again. Because I've missed that a ton. Really have missed that. And I'm going to try and basically repaint all the ones that are well, I don't have any of them anymore. We'll start with the Argonauth. Might do Isengard again after that, because Sauron, we need a puppet show backdrop for Saruman, sorry. Because that would be fun to have that again. Hey, Meebe, nice to see ya. It's been a little while. And then Lady B, of course, we always say all the time with the oil paints, don't break out 20 different colors and try and go full blast. Just try and keep it simple. Keep it simple, keep it safe. Get out a few colors. Oh, look at that. Look at that little magenta under there. A little bit of magenta there. Like I said, with the watercolor classes back in the day, for the first half of this entire year, we got one color. I think it was Van Dyke Brown. That was it. One color. Halfway through, well, even a few months after that, we still only had 3 colors. It wasn't until basically the last part of the year where we actually got to a full palette, because they said this would be stupid for you to be struggling with the medium and then all the different colors all at the same time. Maybe, yeah, I wish that I could stream during the day. Unfortunately, though, those hours are occupied. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe this coming week, maybe I do try and stream during the day, depending on what happens with Kathy. Again, the schedule is going to be different for at least the next week for sure. So I don't quite know how things are going to play out. That's pretty much a random encounter, right? It's like it's a D6 random encounter, except you're rolling a D100, and pretty much anything and everything might crop up over the next week or so. There. All right, so now I've changed that a little bit. It's a little bit less on the warm side there. A little bit less on the warm side. We got our magenta on that. I think we've got our violet pretty well set over there. Oh, I see. Also some more of our armor bits there. Let me get some of my green. Yeah, because it's reflecting the blue here. So we're taking some of that radiant green. Seriously. Green to essentially lighten our gold armor down here. Because why? There's blue all around it. Blue reflecting on gold, probably going to end up being green. Back to the Van Dyke Brown. There's a couple of edges that went like right here when we added our bright light there. But this is something the oils do really well. You just kind of thin those down, right? You come back in, and you're able to basically kind of take away some of the edge here. Doing the same thing there on the, basically that, well, it is a dragon. So when the Dragon Emperor is released, well, obviously we'll be painting that. My guess is that's going to be a series of videos. There's going to be some Black Dragon infantry. We'll paint those up on stream for the most part. I have no idea when those are going to be released, but when they are, which my guess is possibly, I don't know, in the next month or so. I don't really know the GW calendar. What, is there a certain part of June that they kind of feel is their big month for new releases, or is it the end of a quarter? I don't know. GW, I don't really understand anything they do anymore. Not that I really did in the first place. We just hope that they have lots and lots of stuff that goes along with the new book, War. Well, I think Defense of the North is what they're calling it. I just call it War in the North. Now, I think over here, one thing, I'm going to try and darken this down a little bit more. Where's my Indian yellow slash purple matter mix? I'm going to go with this right over here on the shield, looking to darken that down just a smidge there. You can see there's green in there, so we literally have red and green. There is almost no part of this shield that's yellow, yet the brain kind of looks and says, oh, look, it's gold, even though it's practically devoid of any yellow on there. Thanks, Blades. I know it can be a little bit difficult for folks to kind of wrap their head around when they say, so what kind of yellow should I use for golds? And I say none, because well, gold is reflective, right? It's a super reflective surface, which means, do they have red cloaks? Just like, where's our Song of Ice and Fire guy over here? He's around here somewhere. Just like that guy where he had the red cloak and that all had to reflect onto the armor, of course. Not sure. Oh, here he is. Here he is. So even though this is true metallic metals, you can see there's the red cloak reflecting there. And here's another example too. Yeah, over there. See on the armor, on his helmet, right? Look at all the red reflecting on the helmet, even though that is metallic. And then just a wee bit of freehand there too, because freehand, right? Freehand is always fun. And that kind of goes for true metallic. It's not just non-metallic. That's the funny thing when they're talking about doing the oils with metallics and they say, so what metallic gold oil paint should I get? And I say, well, none. Like, but what brass oil paint should I get? None. What copper oil paint? Let me guess, none. And I say, yep, don't bother with any of that stuff. It's so much easier just to make it yourself, and will be more accurate in the end anyways. So remember over here what we said, I don't mind if the blue works its way into the yellow because that acts as a shade. Look at that, see? You can see light, dark, and all I had to do was just add some lighter colors there. Here, there's that reflected blue right onto the armor over here. And I'm going to do a little more indigo here. Some indigo, because I want to get just a little more separation in between the armor plates in the shadows. We're pretty well set here on our marble, I think. So I was going to tone down a little bit of those lines there as they kind of come in contact with the foot. Also, too, it's kind of in shadow here. So trying to make a little bit more of a shadow there as well. Over here, don't mind that that's a little bit lighter over there because he's not standing on top of that. We are going to add a little more complexity to this shape, though. If I tried doing that a few hours ago, it wouldn't have worked. The paint would have been too freshly applied. So we are patient, right? We are not hasty little hobbits. We're patient like an ant. We're like Treebeard. Don't be hasty, little hobbits. This whole thing, again, 3.5 hours ago, it was this color primer. That's just a simple little Steiner Res mix that I made up, and I just brushed it on here, and that's it. Same exact thing. 3.5 hours with all the hilarity that we've had, the raids, the fun, all that good stuff. Still only 3.5 hours in. And believe it or not, when you work on multiple figures at the same time, you also get that added efficiency, so it's even faster, which is why when we did the Medberry Dwarves, we did, 9 of those in a 10-hour stream with full-on object source lighting, non-metallic metals, the whole shooting match. That was originally what I was thinking of doing, but I wanted to have this because the other figure I want to paint that in just a regular YouTube tutorial. And I thought it'd be kind of nice if I had this one already painted. Gonna throw a little dark there, and now back to my green. Reflected light there. You can't have reflected light without dark either, so there's our dark, and now reflecting a little bit of the green onto that. So Armored Wolf, you're gonna have to tell me what in the world. Well, it was an update, but it happens basically every time, right? That's just insane. And were you able to? I guess are you able to undo the update? Because I guess you can, but then it's just gonna try doing it again. So, well, I'm glad that might actually be working there. So yeah, those dreaded updates. My goodness, it's not kludgy enough. Here, let's do these updates that completely, well, destroy your computer and make it useless. Because that's so helpful. What's helpful over here is to get a little reflected light down in there. Now this, I need to get a little bit of, geez, some kind of mid-tone blue in there. Nothing too light, it's all in shadow, but I'll just snag some of this here. I'll throw a little bit of it right there. And some more over here. Possibly even a little bit down there. And maybe a little lighter, I don't know. I just, kind of some puffy sleeves here. And we're just trying to get those in. Oh, now we get our raid sound. This is nice because we just got ourselves a raid from Monster Den. Minis Monster Den. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the raid. And the usual, everybody please give Monster Den Minis a follow if you're not already doing so. Yes, give Monster Den Minis that follow. A new gamer, nice to see, and Edward, nice to see you too. Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. And oh, we got Miss Mama, yeah, Miss Mama's. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just gonna go triple M because that's not something we can say apparently right now. So thank you so much for that raid. We are painting some of the new Easterling heroes. Right, here's the two new Easterlings. So there's your War Priest right there. 3 hours 42 minutes ago. This was just primer. No freehand, no medals, none of that kind of stuff. Thank you so much, Miss Mao. Appreciate that. And along comes Gandalf, and he says, "Yeah, dude. Hey, there's a big angry guy behind you." He's like, "Oh, is not the guy with the whip, is it?" He's like, "Where there's a whip, there's a way." It's like, "Oh, are you kidding me?" Gandalf is out. He is out of here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Hey, Etsy Forever, how are you doing? And thank you so much, the real Mamba. You think we were gonna run out of Gandalfs? No, we're not gonna. Like, you know what? There's a lot of them, but they all smell bad. I think it's the weed. So thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. So Monster Den, looky here. Yes, the 2D art has returned. Landscapes of Middle Earth. Did this on Thursday, so that was very fun. And of course, for everybody here that is new, we're trying to paint this up to match the rest of our Easterling army. Here's something that we sculpted and painted on stream. And as you can see, we're matching our freehand designs as best as we can on this cloak. Trying to match our colors, of course, all of our golds and everything. And here's some of the acolytes. So these were the newest release and then replaced by these. So more Easterlings, more better, right? Can't get enough Easterlings. Last night's stream, this was more of a 3D printed miniature here. This is from Lethal Shadows Gaming. A little bit of freehand there, so you can see a little more angular than this design, right? That was very fun, all done with the oils. Oh, thank you, Edward. Thanks for continuing the gift sub. Thank you so much. And I know we can do, I think this should work. There you go. So at Sea Forever, thank you so much. Sometimes we will paint entire units on stream. Yeah, let me move this out of the way. So this is a Song of Ice and Fire unit, about 7.5 hours for all of these guys. That was really, really fun. And of course, well, lately we've been doing getting back into our lizard men, back into lizard men. So Valfur, you're gonna head out now. So Valfur, here, we'll get you your film noir. Ooh, let's do this because we got some of our blues, we got some of our golds, but again, not a lot of yellow, right? Let's see what happens with some film noir. Boom, we haven't done this yet. So you see the golds here, right? There's no change in the, especially here with the greens. There's literally greens, reds, there's all kinds of different colors. They're shading, but you don't see that here. Let's have focus especially on the shield here if we can as we bring back our color. Look at that, as that comes back, there's some green right here. Look at that, that's just basically a magenta-ish red, dark blue up there, a little bit of orange over here, back to some green over here. So even though this is gold, as they say, tons of different colors in there. So thanks again, Velfera, for hanging out. Appreciate that. And hopefully we'll uh, see you on Monday there. Hey, Primordial Traveler, still with us? Still with us. So I think we're all good. I think we're all good. And again, everybody, if you could please do us there, give Monster Dan Minis that follow. If you're not already doing so, that's what makes Twitch so fantastic, is that we all support each other. Boy, the oil paints have just expanded so much, thanks to all the folks on Twitch that have been kind enough to experiment with those and try them on stream themselves. We've all been able to learn so much, just kind of combining all of our resources and such together, making a discovery, kind of passing that along. The next person kind of adds to that discovery. Let's see. Okay. Well, Blades, you have a good one, and well, I won't still be streaming at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll tell you that right now. That will not be the case. That will not be the case. But hopefully we'll catch you on Monday, and obviously I'll just shoot you a message no matter what. Hey, Steve, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now there's a couple of places here again. That is that purple matter mixed with some of our Indian yellow. And what we're trying to do here is to, well, in a very small scale, quite literally, do the same thing that we did on our sculpted Beefy Chiefy right here, right? All these bands of lights and darks. Hey, Will, nice to see you. Nice to see you again. Uh, oh yeah, over here. Again, trying to make that little band of the lighter color here. Let's go with this almost like a reddish purple type color, for lack of a better term. See if I can do that also here on some of the leaf armor pieces. So Blades, you have a good one for sure. Now I'm glad that the puppy is starting to sleep through the night. That's a relief. I'll reflect a little. Ooh, over here too. Yes, it's right next to this red. How is that not reflecting anything? So we'll change that. There we go. So we got the red right next to our gold. Now it is reflecting there. Did a little bit more of that. Megan is still around. So no more taking him out. Okay. I know he actually probably said that in a message. Well, I know you said it in a message in the chat, and then you probably said it in a message on Insta, and my feeble brain just can't remember those things. So sorry about that. Ooh, more of our light over here. Oh, Megan, it's oh, again, the fatigued brain, right? I just read that as painting on and off the phone, and I said, "Wow, she's painting her phone." I just again, my feeble brain just translated that as somehow Megan's able to paint on her phone. Now, I don't know, it could be a phone app that allows you to paint on your phone, or you're just literally painting on the phone and you just kind of wipe it off when you're done. Blades, I've actually done that. Actually, when I try to do my exercises, it kind of hurts. It kind of course, yours, I'm sure, is not held at quite the same height as when I'm exercising. But yeah, definitely don't want to drop the phone on the face because that's going to leave a mark for sure. That's going to leave a mark. Megan, it's the one piece that you were showing me, right? The one that you've been working on now. I'm guessing that's what it is. So yeah, that did happen once. Now, fortunately, I was able to kind of duck out of the way, so it was only a glancing blow. But yeah, that kind of hurt. And I think it was the new phone too, which is bigger and heavier. Now oh, good grief! Even these little spokes in here, those need their own little lights and darks. Well, let's see what we can do with that. Oh, just grab some. No, no, that's not going to be enough. I'll do the radiant. Yeah, radiant lemon here. See what happens with this. Might be too much, but we'll figure it out. Nice, tiny little dots of it. There we go. That was not quite light enough there. And again, the oils, right? I can get this tiny little dot of paint on the end of that brush. Since it's not going to dry the way acrylic does, it just makes it that much easier, as you can see, to get those small little dots of color in here. That would be such a pain in the you-know-what with the acrylics. So I think we're all caught up. I think so. I think we're all caught up. And oh, Monster Den, what were you painting on stream? Sorry, I thought I asked you already, but I think I might have forgotten, spaced on that, so I apologize if I forgot to ask you what you were painting on stream. And if you already posted a link to it and I forgot to tell folks, sorry about that. Yeah, if you wanted to post a link to any Discord or Instas or whatever, you know the deal, as always. I am going to move this just a smidge over here. Tiny bit over to the left. Also adding a few more lights to it. Ah, the Loot Studios Werebeast bust. Okay. Actually, yeah, Edward, I've got the, let's see, basically that Avatar lady. Oh, I got the Medusa bust. That's from many months ago. Well, geez, well over a year ago now. I've got that one ready to go. Looking forward to giving that one a try as well. There are a couple of more light. There we go. Just again another series of highlights there on the armor. Now this was a little too much of a hard line. That's better. Yeah, actually, Lady B, it really does. The contrast paints, kind of using those as sort of a warm-up exercise for oil. That is definitely something that you can do for sure, and you can wipe those away if you do it fast enough, right? Because they don't exactly dry super fast. They sort of linger for a while, don't they? It kind of gives you that chance to maybe get in there and wipe some of it away. And enough of that. I need to continue with. I'm gonna take my green here. That's the radiant green. That's gonna go on this bottom piece of armor right over here. And it will actually be a nice contrast to the red gemstone too. Ah, and I'm going to do that here. It's something I tried doing earlier, but because the color was just too freshly applied from previous layers, just didn't want to stick there. Now it sticks very easily. Patience. Don't be hasty little hobbits. Since we have been patient here, now this is our reward, and then it's going to be easy to be able to get these new layers applied here. That little bit of light right along the edge of that armor piece. Our little highlight there on the gemstone. That same bit of light up there. If we can do it, yes we can. So Dave, oh, you can, and I've got a bunch of different videos. There's a bunch on the YouTube channel, including this one here. This is actually contrast paints mixed with basically a very simple lighter color. Well, stuff like this. Yeah. So basically taking lighter acrylic paints, mixing them with, and basically using them like oils, because that's Leviathan blue, there's Vulpes pink, Gorgrunta fur, there's some, was that no, Van A brown, that was some of the snakebite leather, Achillean green over here. So yeah, this was actually done with the contrast paints, but not the way GW tells you to use them, of course. Again, you mix it with this, it's sort of like the oil paints, because this means now you've got some darker, intense colors, but they're also now semi-opaque. And we'll check out what lurks in Moria, because we know that just terrifies Gandalf. Gandalf is absolutely horrified at what lurks in Moria. He knows what happens when the dwarves dig too deep. Well, you find something like this, and once you see it, you can never unsee it, because it just is too terrifying. It's too terrifying, yes. Jetez-moi, toss me. Yes, they are mimes, and yes, they are goblins. We love the mimes. See, that's what the sign says on the left over there. Yes, they wear top hats. Yes, they wear chef's hats. Look at that. Now, the guy with the baguette, I don't know why he doesn't have that in his oven mitt hand. Never said they were super smart. Of course, well, Charles de Gaulle there, he's the smartest of the bunch. And only a 2-star general, but his mustache, quite dapper. Now, speaking of 2 stars, there's your 2-star. At least they thought they were. That's Francois and Pierre. Weren't not into the whole blocking and tackling and all that rough stuff, but they did enjoy a nice Chablis Pinot Noir, something like that. This team was done back in 2005, long before 3D printers, long before plastic goblins or anything like that. So it was a bit of a challenge. I had to basically cut those things apart, hack them apart with a saw, a razor saw, and then try to get in there and do all the green stuff work. Now here, we're going to add some dark blues right there on our arm. We needed a dark there, also have to reflect the blue, so that just became dark blue on that piece of armor right there. Let's see, so thanks, Megan. Uh-oh, oh my god, oh geez, there's not much left, Megan. There is not much left in there. So thank you very much, Megan, appreciate that. As always, I might even, that's got a little bit of the, yeah, little blue mixed in with our, just a little bit of our, that's the Indian yellow slash purple matter mix. So yeah, there's not much left, unfortunately. We're running a little shy on our medicine there. Also another dark down over here and another dark over here. Then this, oh, we need to, I'm going to look at these guys because, so that's what we're going to try and do here. Let's do something like that. We will darken that down. some of our blue. And then we'll try and actually lighten the other side just a touch here. Just a touch. A little bit more of a lighter yellow mix here. I got the Radiant Lemon. Might go to Brilliant Yellow Pale. No, I don't need to. That's good enough. This also could use a little bit of a light there. And same here. All right, I think that starts to take care of it a little bit better. Here, that's a little too much of our light color. We're going to go back to something that's a little darker. Something that also has a little bit of the orange in it. Okay, that's a little bit, that was a little too sudden of a transition right there. Now, Lady B, that sounds fun. Now, how is that one of the really big type of prints there, or is that more of a standard size miniature? Oh, gluing the werebeast wasn't cooperating, but it's together now. Well, okay, monster. I'm glad you're able to conquer the werebeast. That sounds like there was a little bit of worrisome things going on there for a little bit. Glad that you were able to get that one all squared away. And of course, Monster Den, if you have any sort of pics, I know you're not going to want to fool around with pictures right now, right? You just got that thing together. I don't think you want to take the chance of rushing around to just do a couple of quick pics. But if you got some work in progress images and stuff that you wanted to share, that would be safer than trying to rush around and do pictures of that. I'm trying to. Okay, I think I almost have it here. Almost got it here on the top of the dragon design. Just about there. I'll say so. An FDM bust. Well, that's got to be pretty darn big. And hopefully the scale of that lets you maybe get some stuff in there to kill all the layer lines and stuff. And did I get enough of the darker orange in there? Maybe not. Maybe not quite enough of the darker orange. See what I can do here on this side of the shield here. And so I'm looking at the top of that. I'm going to darken that down just a minute. I've got this over here again. That's our Indian yellow mix. Okay. Now that again looks a little bit more like our metals there. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. And of course, well, if we're not at 1,100 hours worth of tutorials, we're just minutes shy of that because I just added a whole nother new tutorial. That would be our latest in our chapter studies series, and the Preglaze on this was very similar to the Preglaze here. Now we wanted a bit of a more reddish blue. Here we went with the turquoise to lighten this, but on this we used the more the radiant blue, which has almost a little more of an ultramarine blue to it. But you can see this is a bit more of a turquoise blue. This is a bit more of a reddish blue over here. That was our latest Patreon video. Just popped it onto the Patreon page this earlier this afternoon. Just this afternoon did that. And I think we've gotten our lights down, trying to get a couple more darks in here. Same up there. Yep. I'll do the same right there, and then another little area of dark there. So we've got this blue here. I might, just for the heck of it here, where's a kind of a mid-tone? This. See what happens with this. And that's going to go in there. Oh, tiny bit more. One more. That there. Okay. So that's it. Get just to some of the blue. Bring that up there. Oh, thanks, Dano. And oh, Dano, if you want to post again some of your sculpted stuff there into the chat, your cult, your 3D cult print, whatever that's called. I don't remember. I just remember my mini factory and mini hoarder. Those are the two that I can remember. The other ones, can't remember those. Apparently they're too complex for the feeble brain here to remember. Green Fair, I'm glad that you're able to get some painting in today. Okay, we just found ourselves a couple of more lights there. I don't think I want to lighten that up anymore. Here, I'm going to try and sharpen this up. I never did get the darker coat from this side. We did it from this side. I can see I didn't quite do it from that angle. Let's do that. Mostly Van Dyke Brown here for the heck of it. And then we're just going to go right along down here and there and that one. Okay. Because why does it look different from this way and then from this way? Now they kind of look both the same. So there we go. The Werebeast is all together. So everybody, please check out the link that Monster Den Minis posted. Because Monster Den Minis was working on that. Now, Monster Den, how many live sessions were you working on that for? That big old monster right there. And again, everybody, please go check that out. And then, of course, give Monster Den Minis a follow. And, of course, that leads to the inevitable question of now that he's done, what's the next thing that you've got planned on that you're going to be working on stream? Because that's always fun to do when somebody finishes a really a huge, amazing piece. Is all right, what you doing next? Cults 3D. There we go. Go check out Dano's sculpts on Cults 3D. I don't really look at that one very often. Almost never. Like for every one time I look at Cults 3D, I spend about 20 visits on my mini factory because that's where all my stuff is. So I just don't really. And there's some neat stuff, including Dano's on Cults 3D. So everybody, again, please check out Monster Den Minis Giganto figure there. Lots of work put into that. So I just did a little bit of my darker indigo under there. And we're going to, I think, solidify that edge. I was originally thinking about the usual sort of red on the underside of the cloak. That's what we've done, as you can see here, with our Easterlings. But I tried to make sure that this the cloak kind of folded over it on itself a little bit more. That would be just a little, or I might just give that a shot. I might just give that a try. We'll see if we can make that happen. Which I think we should probably use something like maybe this here. I'm going to keep it pretty simple, just a dry brushing, a little bit of fanchon red in there, perhaps. Here, let me turn this over here. Let's see if we can just get a hint of some of that red here. And it's just a little bit of a hint of it here. Let's do a little bit more of a fanchon red. I think you can see it's, again, just a little bit of a hint of some red there. And then maybe even here on the back of the cloak. And then down here. All right, just whatever. Fairly simple. Maybe a little more of the fanchon red here. Out on the edge, because you can see that. Yeah, something like that. A much smaller one than this. Yeah, Monster Den, I printed out several of the Loot Studios, the Gladiator style figures. We'll try and, I don't know, maybe I can get one of those prepped up for Monday. We'll see. I thought I had, no, that's one of the pirate ones. I think this is maybe the month before release or whatever. Another Loot Studios one right there. And of course, yesterday's stream was this right here. So again, it's from Lethal Shadows Gaming. Had some fun with the skin tones and a very different look at the temperature on that gold. You can see much warmer here, lots of oranges. They're much more grayed down because here I wanted that complement to all of the blues, right? The intense blues here with some intense oranges and yellows and such. Ah, ooh, Dano, that's a steep hill to climb right there for sure. So yes, definitely understand that. I guess well, the folks with the Patreon pages, that's a little easier to absorb, right? Because that's their method of translating the files into people's hands and, well, where they can maybe sell some of the extra stuff individually. All right, there, I also needed to darken that down just a tiny bit there. Just a little bit. Darken that down. You know what? I haven't really done any of the lighter blue on the top of the shield here. I was originally not going to try and do that, but I think maybe I do need to. Like so here. Okay. Now, when it comes to the marble here, I don't think I want to do too much more with adding any new veins. I'm just trying to clean up some of these right here where we've got some what almost look like little holes in them. Because now I can, as you can see, I can take my brush here and manipulate these. It was just too fresh. When I first put that on there, it was too fresh, and all it did was just kind of smear and basically remove most of it. Don't want to remove it. I'm looking to move it around. And now that this stuff has been on here a while, it's going to let me do that. And a little bit more of the... No, that's going to be too much paint on that brush. I'm first service. How are you doing? Nice to see you again. I hope that you had yourself a good Saturday. And for those where it's Sunday morning, happy Sunday morning. Well, happy Mother's Day, all that kind of stuff too, I guess. All right, Monster Den, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. And again, everybody, please give Monster Den minis a follow. And also check out that link that Monster Den posted of that fabulous Loot Studios miniature. I enjoy the Loot Studios stuff. We brought out one of our favorite characters on the channel. That's Jack the Werejackal. Yes, that's another Loot Studios figure. Really fun. We had a blast. Look at his golds. Got the oranges there. Then here, you see it gets grayer and greener. Same deal over here, right? Not a whole lot of yellow on any of that, is there? And no, that's about as light as I want to go with that. I'm going to try to see on the cloak here. I think I need to bring this highlight further out this way. I wasn't going to originally, just as I look at it, I think it'll make a little more sense if I do that. I don't think we can lighten up that stuff anymore. What I do want to do is find myself a blending brush, which is this one right here. And this on the sword blade. There's too much of a line here. I'm not doing this, I'm just doing this. I'm quite literally doing a little bit of stippling there, which we're doing over here. See that? I had to spread all that stuff out. That really did the trick. And what I'm hoping to do now is one last little bold light highlight on here. Let's see if we can do that. One last little bold highlight. Right in there. Yep. So again, that gives it that little bit of a shine, right? Almost like a star. It's this, and it kind of spreads out a little bit from there. So yeah, Steve, we did. We took advantage of the open area here on the cloak to do a little bit of freehand. I just saw these, right? These nifty little gemstone things, well, gems slash ice shards, and thought we would kind of replicate that on the cloak. So I'm fair service. I hope that you're having yourself a good day, good weekend. Hopefully everybody's having themselves a good weekend. And again, I also wanted to say thanks to everybody that has contributed, well, whether it's the bits and subs as usual, but again, the folks that have gotten stuff off of the Amazon wish list and everything, that's been really huge because, well, basically later tonight and then into tomorrow, I'm going to try and set up a test, basically a test setup, at least the camera and the new mic. Wow, this one, I've always liked the sound of this mic. This mic is, it's basically completely fallen apart because it's, geez, at least 5 years old, possibly 6 years old. And it's been used, I don't know, a good 5 to 10 hours a day, every day, pretty much for the last 6 years. So there's not much left of it. So I appreciate everyone who has tried to contribute to that cause. And of course, well, there was our desk fund right over here that was generously contributed to, and the new desk is supposed to arrive next Wednesday, which means we'll hopefully get a chance to have tested everything in between. I was kind of glad that it wasn't going to arrive right now. Now I can get a chance to sort of preview what is going to make the new equipment work. And then we can go right to setting up the new work area. All right, our Indian yellow there. I'm going to do a little more. Indian yellow is over here. Because somehow this piece of armor never did get its... Yeah, there we go. Just enough. Because we had basically a whole collection of lighter colors in that and no shadow colors. Yes, definitely, definitely, Megan. I mean, it's crazy, right? Because, well, here you go. And this is not the worst part of it. That's the nice part of it there. Yeah, here I can take this off and show you. Yeah. Those are makeup sponges because those things basically disintegrated, I don't know, about 6 months ago, maybe 7 months ago, at least, possibly more. And needless to say, that makes it a little bit difficult. So it's a little rough on the ears, just a tiny bit. But I have tried at least three, I know two for sure, but at least three other mics as recently as a couple of months ago, and they didn't actually sound as good as that, even though they were 2 or 3 times as expensive. Go figure. Usually you say you get what you pay for, but not always, I guess. Oh, yeah, a little bit more of the light. Again, that's to reflect that up here. Hey, Valendar the Red, how the heck are you doing? So now the old style sponges, Quees, the ones that are a bit more flaky, I basically try to cut those, and then I just taped them on there, which, as you can imagine, that tape, I don't know how many times that stuck to my ear or stuck to my hair. Yeah, definitely not super pleasant, not the most fun. So Valendar, if you want to pop some links to your latest painted miniatures, I know you got them. I know you got them. So everybody, please give Valendar the Red a follow as well. So yeah, Queez, those things, they started falling apart, and I was like, what the heck? I tried to actually look for replacement ones. I could not find just like replacement ear foam things. And if that was the only thing, I might have just still kept looking for that. But obviously, as you can see, there's other things that are kind of messed up. And now the ones that Kathy has that went on sale. It was essentially 1/3 the price. No, less than a third. It was 1/4. Yeah, it was about 1/4 the price that it originally was. And because she won hers, basically she did like a survey or something, and she won that. And we're hoping that the tower unit here has the same kind of plugs that her laptop does, because I noticed that my newer laptop, and by newer I mean from 5 or 6 years ago, that one doesn't have the ability to plug in that type of mic. So, oh, I may not be able to use it on there. But Quiz, that would be fantastic, because more options, more better. Because of course we'll still have to do something if we're going to be doing the battle reports or streaming any really large stuff, right? So we probably will need a whole different one. Okay, and something like, there we go. Now, I don't know if there's some kind of adapter that will take the usual 1-pin jack plug and turn that into a USB plug. I don't know if that works, if there is such a thing as that. There might be. Okay. Okay, a little highlight on that, and then this needs to be feathered a little bit more, and there's all just, it's either midtones or darks over here. So first I'm going to do is take this, and we're just going to move some of this paint around. We're going to take some of the edge off of that first. Okay, that's better. Ah, they do, so it's a USB sound card. Okay. Again, I don't know about this machine. It's an older tower unit, so maybe it has those type of plugs just in the back. I just happened to look at the other laptop that had been sent to me, and I noticed that I didn't see the usual little 1-pin jack plug. I was very surprised not to see that. That was a little bit odd. Didn't expect that. Okay, there we go. A little bit of a light touch. There we go. Boom. That's much better right there. Okay. So, oh, thanks, Megan. Well, we're going to be curious to see if we can get all these different elements to work the way we would like. And I don't need any more lights there. I'm going to see if I can get a little more of the deeper red. And I only look at my other one. I know I did use some of the fluorescent orange on that. Don't gonna. Oh, I know what I could use. Could maybe use a little cadmium scarlet if I can dig through and find some cadmium scarlet here. Boy, we don't use this very often anymore. That's for sure. Megan, thanks for doing the hunting on that. I'm like you say, I'm sure there is something that we can make that work if the need arises. Fanchon red, a little bit of that cadmium scarlet there again. Minus that piece of fuzz that's on the end of the brush. That's better. Lethal Shadows, no, not going to thin that on the spot. The only one that I'll drop the thinner onto is something like the white, because most likely that's going to be thinned down anyways. But the other colors, they just sit there. They just sit there, so no, not going to drop the thinner on those to thin them down. Because at this stage we actually have a lot of really thin paint on here, so we almost kind of want well, somewhat thicker paint anyways. There, a little bit of that same orange here. A color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? It's gonna go up there too. So Lethal Shadows, again, they just keep in mind the emphasis is actually on recording stuff. So that's that as much as we hopefully, like you say, can get that the streaming stuff nice and solid, the recording stuff is just as important. And I'm still looking for an alternative to XSplit. Oh my gosh, XSplit is just driving me nuts. And I think now there is a way to be able to use Streamlabs OBS to record, which will give you the correct kind of audio that you're looking for. Instead of it recording in one track, I think there's a way to set it to record in a 2-track mode, which I think is what even though it's an MP4, you still have no sound when you go to bring it into your editing software. You play it in Windows Player, you hear sound. You don't get sound elsewhere. Oh, there we go. A little bit of darker red right in there. Yeah, Lethal Shadows, that's definitely what I'm hoping for. Well, and just the flexibility of, well, being able to record the bigger stuff, right? So many things that I look and I say, well, there's no way to record that. Ooh, I'd love to. Oh, nope, no way to record that either. And hopefully that is no longer part of the equation. That'd be great. What also is going to be great is take a little bit of this here green. We're going to mix it with a little bit of that there brown matter. Never did anything. That's just a preglaze here. Never really did much beyond the preglaze back there. So I know you can't see a whole bunch what's going on back there, but at least this portion here, gotta get something in there. And here, this is that blind blending that we talk about with the oils. I'm just gonna shove this lighter green in there, and it's just gonna mix on its own. Get that all nice and a little bit of mid-tone in there. Also a little bit of again, a kind of a cooler greenish gray brown. Blending brush to conclude on some of the blending that's gonna happen in there. Poof, like so. Yeah. Well, that, oh gee whiz, we also have to figure out, are we going to do the physical War of the Ring board? Oh, yeah, the War of the Ring board game, because we want to use that as our strategic, basically a strategic map generator for our games of Lord of the Rings. So that's going to be interesting to try and film that and combine everything together. Or do YouTube lives. That is one way to do a new YouTube video without having to do all the recording and such. I need a little bit more of my light down here. That's the brilliant yellow pale. Wow. Okay, we can really get that lighter. But now I'm going to start going into some of the Indian yellow. Bam. Now there's a little more of a transition there. We'll throw a little bit more of our lighter yellow in there. Also over here. Bam, there we go. And there. So hoping that the camera that I got that has both the wide angle and telephoto options where you can just switch that. Now obviously it's a manual thing. I'm hoping that that allows me to, well, not only not have to change cameras depending on the size of the miniature, but maybe give us a little more flexibility like you're saying there to be able to zoom in, zoom out on the same figure. Okay, that's too much of the yellow. I'm going to go back over here some of that radiant green. Why? Because look what's underneath it here. Look at that blue down there. And oh, yeah, here, I don't know if you can even see what we're trying to do. Now the gemstone's got a nice little cut around it. It was just a little bit, it was just kind of floating there a little bit. Well, geez, Megan and Queez, it's pretty, wow, it's late for you guys. It's getting late there. I just looked over. I thought it was 10:12, and I went, ooh, no, it's a little later than that. So thanks for keeping me company all this time. I mean, I realize, yeah, it's Saturday, but I appreciate that. Now here we've got a whole bunch of little dots. Now there's, I'm just looking at it. I have to either unify that or we make one set of these just much more dominant than the other ones. Ah, okay. Well, that's good, Megan. And I guess, well, I guess the kids aren't going to be running around doing a whole bunch, are they? They're going to be down for the count. Ah, hey, Flight Sim. How you doing? Nice to see you again. I hope that your Sunday is going well. Gotta be Sunday afternoon there. I'm gonna lighten up this. I knew there was something because I saw my lights here. I need to get a little bit of this sort of a violet type color here, a little lighter. Can't using the radiant violet here. Ah, okay, yeah. Well, happy Mother's. Well, it's 11:14. So well, but it's Mother's Day for you, because it's an hour ahead there. So happy Mother's Day, all that good stuff. And again, for all the folks overseas where it's definitely been Mother's Day for a while, happy Mother's Day. Uh, yeah. So like we were saying, Flight Sim, right? It could be the Gundam plastic. Is just something about it that's funky. And I figured that's what it was going to be. So glad that you were able to try it out on other stuff. Because, yeah, we use that on, well, basically everything here. All kinds of different materials. I will complete the dark there. Yeah, so you see we got the blue reflection there. And then here you got all this kind of violet type stuff. See how that's reflected here up onto the helmet. It's just the same idea right there. Okay, you know what? I might just play with a little bit more of the red here. Oh, you know what? I'll do something like this here. We got a little bit of the lighter color, I guess, mixed into that Fanchon red. We'll lighten this up here too. Not too much. That could be about as far as I want to go with this here. And I'm just going to position that there, and if need be, we'll just take our blending brush and work with it. First, though, I'm going to try and do this, and here we go. We can just kind of push that around and mix it with what already is there. That is that fabulous blind blending that we talk about with the oils, because I couldn't see a darn thing that I was doing there. Maybe you guys could see it on stream. I couldn't see a darn thing. So we'll, yeah, I guess I'll try and make some type of an Mother's Day card for some of the moms out there, so I can like that my sister and of course well Kathy's mom. We'll try and send some Mother's Day greetings their way. I'm not dorking that down some more. And a little more, because that wasn't enough right there. Yeah, oh, yep, there we go. Tighten up the edge there. I'm looking around here to see if there's a like a strap holding the armor on there. Maybe I'll treat that as one. So just a little brief interruption in all the blue right there. Just a brief interruption in that. And let's see what, so yeah, 4 hours, 34 minutes ago, this guy, no freehand, no marble, it just was grayish primer. Like that's again the Badger Steiner Res primer. So yeah, that didn't take long, did it? Now over here on the sword again, I've got to figure out what is it that we're going to do. I think we'll darken up that. I'm going to take my blending brush here. Let me see, make sure you can see that. So we'll just tap away at that. Now we need to get some kind of reflected light. We will just take this. That is our radiant blue. This is a little too flat right here. Well, we just unflattened it like so. We'll take a blending brush again and we'll let that all mix in there like so. And then we're going to take some light here again. Do a little bit more. We're just about there, I think. So there was a whole lot of nothing on this blade right here, and all of a sudden, just a few quick little brush strokes, a little something there. Maybe I'll go a little bit stronger with that. And there's not much thinner on this brush either. It's not like it's straight out of the tube thick or anything like nothing quite like that, but so back to some indigo here. And I'm just going to try and cut into this a little more up here. Right along there. Yeah. Okay. And thanks again, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. I appreciate that. You know what? I'll do it. Actually, a bit of this, almost like a yellowish color over here. Gotta thin that down a smidge, though. Okay, yeah. Something like that. Now, we got our golds up there, set pretty well. I think we have some nice little colors on the boots there, but I will darken them down. A little Van Dyke brown here. We have an awful lot of mid-tone there. Even some highlights, but not necessarily all the darks that I want. Especially this one, because, well, there's a ton of stuff, right? The whole figure is over the top of that foot. This one, not so much, right? Not quite as covered. And as I look at this, I see we've got one more armor plate there. It looks like, yes, there's still one more armor plate over there somehow. That, oh, I know what it was. There's probably a mold line running through that, and I probably filed part of that away. Because reasons, right? So Dano, that was the weirdest thing. The hollow Space Marine, that was just insane. The non-hollowed out, but yet still hollow Space Marine. I'm telling you, you just never know what's going to happen with the 3D printing, do you? It's always so darn random. Uh, even, well, like say printing goes ever on. There was a couple of months, especially the Wozers, and the ones that came after that, it was just kind of a weird, it was maybe the way the sculpts were done. I don't know if there was really anything different on the supports or not, but I think it was just the sculpts themselves, not like he was doing them better or worse or anything like that. It just, I think the shape of the sculpts or something. just created a thing where stuff just would break as soon as I tried to take it off of the supports. That is the last bit of lighter blue I'm going to do there, especially given the fact that it's all in shadows. So I think, Dave, did they just announce that today? Or was that yesterday or something like that? I could swear I got an email that said something about Horus Heresy. I don't know anything about that. I'm sure there's other folks way more knowledgeable than me. And by sure, I mean I'm positive, as I know Armored Wolf knows way more about that than I do by just a massive. I know nothing. I don't know anything. 40K, and it kind of passed me by a while back. Do I need to do any more blue? Nah, not gonna do any more blue there. This I would love to be able to push that line just a smidge in this direction. I'm gonna see if I can do that. We still have some of our Prussian blue over here. Let's make that happen, maybe. And that's gonna be right along this line here. Okay. And of course, too, it could be compressed, right? But we have all the folds in the cloak and everything, right? So we had to make sure that we somehow factored in that as well with our freehand. I don't want those going right to the edge, so I'm going to take away some of that. Same on these guys here. That's going right to the edge of the cloak. Take that away. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Do I want it? I might, for fun, couple little shots of the blue in there. Just might even do that right here. Because, we don't have enough different colors in our golds, right? We don't have enough different colors. We're going to throw in some more. I'm going to throw in the same Prussian blue here. Because, again, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. And then I'll just take my blending brush here. Again, just a cheap mold brush. No paint on it, just very dry. And we just kind of push that paint around. And the same thing here. We got a little bit of an edge there. I was just kind of waiting for that paint to set a little bit, and look at that, nice and smooth. And we can do that in other places here where we've got this lighter green. Again, that's brushstroke management. It was more of a physical brushstroke that I saw there, as opposed to trying to blend two colors together. So yeah, dealing with the actual brushstroke itself. And I think I don't know if I want to put any more blue in there, mess with that too much, and that's wouldn't be a good idea. Now here, some of these things I want to, because we have a whole series of hard lines in here. I want to soften up the edges on a couple of these. So that, again, I couldn't have done that an hour or so ago. The paint, it was just too freshly applied. You just have to be very patient and wait. Just like I did there again, that was more of a brushstroke kind of a thing. These down here, we're trying to actually manipulate the paint. There, we soften that edge up once again. Now here on these, there's just a little bit of a bugger of an edge right there that I'm trying to deal with. Let's see what we can do with that here. Okay, that's too thick. So that's the white. Well, of course, this is the Gamlen Quick Dry White. Yeah, it doesn't have alkyds in it or anything weird like that. It doesn't necessarily dry super fast. It just dries at a faster rate than your typical titanium white would. All right, so now I feel like that edge has been cleaned up. Wow, that is so weird. You look at it from this way. from this angle, we've got all of the edges just right here. It's weird. I looked at it from another thing and or another angle, and it looks significantly rougher. I'll probably just again could be a mold line or some other little casting thing. Because again, this is one of the Forgeworld new Easterling heroes. Apparently, there's going to be a chock load of new Forgeworld stuff coming out for Lord of the Rings. So we'll have to be ready for that. So I lighten up this too a little bit. Again, I have only an inkling. I mean, maybe it's going to be in the next, maybe in June, I guess. Is that another quarter? Right? Maybe early June or something like that might be the next big Saturday or Friday or whatever it is when stuff goes up for pre-order. Typically Saturday, right? That's the pre-order day. I mean, unless somebody has some actual knowledge about when that might be happening. I know I saw a new Warcry warband, which ironically enough, very much had the acolyte look to them. So again, these are the still new Easterling heroes. I mean, they maybe not in the last month, but certainly in the last 3 months. Gosh, maybe only the last couple of months. Maybe February or something like that, or early March. That's when they might have been announced. Couple more of our lights there. I might even do just to because I want to see how light this actually is, or how dark that actually is. I'm just going to grab some of my. Do I grab black 3.0? No, I'll just grab some regular old black primer here if I can, and we'll use that instead. That's not the one I'm looking for. Let me see if I can find that here. There it is. That's the one I need. Because it's going to be a little easier. Here, let me get the red off of this. That's the same red that's been getting all over my hands for the last couple of hours here. Yeah, that's not me cutting myself. That's just paint right there. All right. Yeah, I don't need to make that any darker, so I'm satisfied with what we got here on the base. The base is just a piece of bulletin board cork with some Sculpey on the top of it, and then we just painted at the start of the stream, right? We painted that marble on top of it like we do all the time for our Easterlings. We'll have to wash the brush though, because that's acrylic. That's not gonna like sit in there for an hour. Not quite sure what we even have on the brush there, but I'm going to try and get a little dark along the top edge of this here. Sort of a Van Dyke brown slash indigo mix here. And of course, this is just a cheap old craft brush. I mean, you can see the paint's coming off the handle even just with me touching it. So it's not exactly a pristine, fancy brush or anything like that. So the shield's been very fun here. And the War Priest version, I was going to paint essentially a YouTube version of that so that we can do a little bit of their object source lighting. So I'll go up on the YouTube channel. I did just put a new video up there today. That's a wee bit of 2D art with the oils. And there's always, I try about once a week or once every 8 or 9 days to have some kind of a new video up on the YouTube channel that's not just a Patreon video. Not the easiest thing to keep up with all that, for sure. Okay, now that I've added that dark, I've got my, here it is, my blending brush again. So what we're going to do is take that darker tone and we're just going to take the edge of that and just fade that so nicely. Because people ask me, oh, airbrush with the oils. They say, oh my gosh, why would you want to do that? It would just be such an extra pain in the butt there, wouldn't it? Oh, thanks, Rooster Rhythm. I appreciate that. Now, I enjoy. Well, you know me. I love the Easterlings and love to be able to kind of take my freehand designs and put them on the same design, put on different things. Right? It's really fun, and then see them with the the marble and such too. Now, well, that's the other thing I can do here. Thanks for actually reminding me for that Rooster Rhythm. Thank you so much. I would have forgotten. What I'm going to do is take one of my brushes here. We're going to take some of the Van Dyke Brown. Here, I'm going to try and get more of that paint off the brush. Get some Van Dyke Brown here. And what I wanted to do is some of this, right? We're going to have to age our marble here. So we're going to take that darker brown and we're just essentially, even though that's wet oil paint, we are dry brushing over the top of that. Ooh, Megan. Well, now it'll kind of sound weird. Like that reminds me that the fudge, right? The fudge from is that Missouri? It's a real thing. This is no joke. It's Uranus fudge. I guess there's a town of Uranus in Missouri, and well, just go check out their website. My favorite is it's the blueberry. Uh, yeah, like the not the blueberry, not there's a strawberry shortcake fudge, and then a blueberry cheesecake fudge. That's the one I'm thinking about. Yes. Thanks, Megan. I completely forgot about that. Yes. Uh, I think was it who was it that came? They came to Adepticon with that. Oh, it was yeah, it was Ford. Ford Fitch brought that up, and he left a bunch of it with us. And other folks, they weren't. They I think there was they were used to just regular fudge, right? Just the usual stuff. This was much different, and of course, I really enjoy that. And you check out their website. There's some really neat and very different types. There's like a peanut butter one. So yes, I want to get me some of those. My goodness, thanks, Megan. I forgot all about that stuff. Yeah, Megan. There's the blueberry cheesecake. There's a strawberry shortcake one. There's a couple of different chocolate ones, obviously. Just regular kind of standard chocolate fudge, and then I'm pretty sure there's some kind of a peanut butter one as well. Of course, Armored Wolf, they also made a fantastic peanut butter fudge that we had in a Christmas care package. And yeah, I think that no, it wasn't peanut butter. Was it peanut butter fudge? Whatever it was, I ate all of it. I don't even remember exactly what kind of fudge it was, but whatever it was really good, and I ate all of it. Edward, just check out that website and check out some of the packaging. Um, yeah, we'll leave it. We'll leave people go look at it because yeah, just while it's totally legit, reading off their website on Twitch might violate at least 15 different terms of service things just because it will be out of context somewhat. Yeah, so I think we'll just let folks go check that out. I was peanut butter fudge. Okay, Armored Wolf, I thought so. Yeah, I ate all that. I literally had to try to hide it from myself so that I didn't just eat it all on the first day. So that was it was good, right? It must have been good if I tried to eat it all on the first day. So yes, go check that out. Now, of course, I think you pretty much have to if you're gonna have it, sorry, mailed. You basically have to get it by the pound. Yeah, there's no like here. There is a sampler though. There is a sampler one, so maybe get that. I don't know how. Oh gosh, I probably should have got it while it was still colder. Of course, it's going to be all warm here now. Probably. As soon as I get that stuff. Ah, see, there you go. See, Megan is enjoying, and believe me, I don't get any kickbacks from that. Trust me. Who knows? Maybe if we can get him to send me some here, I'll just eat some on stream or whatever. Because that's the perfect stream right there. Listening to some fool eating blueberry cheesecake fudge on stream, because that's just fantastic television right there. Especially since I have no face cam, you just hear the sound. You'll just hear that munching sound, and the yeah, that'll be absolutely glorious. Yeah, Megan, just say Wappelius sent you, and that he wants. Well, never mind. Again, too too many potentials for. Oh my goodness, but it's good stuff. We'll leave it there. It's good stuff. You will like it. So I think we've finished up with that aspect there. This right over here, I haven't quite figured out. You've got this. Oh, okay. Maybe. No, I'm gonna stick with the red there. I was almost thinking of going more with the violet there. This just ends in a weird spot here. I'm trying to think. See, there's actually a bit of cloth right there. I just noticed that now. No, I'm actually gonna go a little lighter, a little bit more of my brilliant yellow, pale, and fanchon red together. Yeah, Megan, for I'm not necessarily super picky either, but that was really well. I mean, you can kind of tell it's definitely made by a hand. That's not cranked out with a giant machine or anything like that. Dave, it is definitely real. It is very much real because again, we had boxes of the stuff at Adepticon that Ford brought up, and you go to the website, and there's the website. Megan just popped it into the chat. It's a real thing. And I'm sure that is the clever part of their marketing is most people don't even believe it's real. That's the most clever of all marketing. It's like, look at this fantastic idea will make people believe that we don't really exist. It's a genius of advertising, and I think it actually works really well. As we lighten up a little bit more of our magenta. Okay, there. That just makes a little more sense now. I've been talking about the digital sculpting, right? Maybe not the tightest of folds there. Well, there are on this one. They certainly manage that. Now, of course, having never done the digital sculpting myself, I'm sure there's all kinds of weird geometry things and stuff that you have to deal with when you're trying to create things like folds and cloth that just makes it extra difficult. Now, of course, so Megan, that would be, I mean, if there was any sort of weird equivalent of a Amazon wish list for just other random websites, can you imagine if somebody saw that? I don't think Twitch would even let me have that as like a link or something like that on, what was that, your about page, right? That's where I could put it. I could put it on the about page on the Twitch channel. Buy me fudge. That's just too much. Yeah, Dave Ford he was coming up for Adepticon. He just he's Ford is always very generous, very generous, and he just said, "Huh, okay, I'll get me some of this. Maybe some folks will like it at Adepticon." And he was very generous to leave that with the staff that was working in the hobby area at Adepticon. So Megan, basically all I have to do is go into my about page on the Twitch channel and just basically link to that. I could link it directly to the uh, blueberry cheesecake fudge, and it should work because it would be just like me linking Instagram and Facebook and the YouTube channel and such. So it just might work. But yeah, that would be one of the more unusual. What's that thing that some streamer or stream treats or something like that? What's that called where people can order streamers food or something like that? Or stream eats? I don't know what it's called. I don't know. So yeah, maybe we'll just have to add we'll just have to add that to the about page and see if anybody notices. I'll say, what in the world? This can't be a real thing. But it is. But it is. This is my last little bit of blue lights here on this part of the robe, just on this part here. And that might just do it for that. Uh, I can see there's a whole part of that fold that never did get any paint down in there. I think also too, if I could turn my lights up a little bit more, I would see that, but unfortunately, turning up the lights means more of a glossy effect on the miniature because, well, it's all wet paint. Thank goodness for this light though. That might be the other thing I have to throw on to yield Amazon list because these things don't last forever. I found that out the hard way. And for the price that they are and what they can do as far as not giving the gray bars of death, it's well worth it. For sure. So it's really interesting to see the difference of the same Prussian blue indigo, but instead of using the radiant blue, using the radiant turquoise. It's just one is more of a reddish blue, the other one more of a green. More of a turquoise or turquoise, as they say. Nowhere. Pretty much nowhere. And I think, well, actually, what I might do, I just might head over either to Suicide Printing, just looking to see who is actually doing some painting here. Let's see. So Silent by Design is also painting, but I think I might go over to Suicide Printing, maybe. Because we've been at this for 5 hours now, and there's, well, I also want to try and test out some of that new equipment, so we got to go do that. Lots of stuff we have to do. So I will say thanks to everybody for all the bits, all the cheers, all the subs. Thanks for the raids. That is appreciated. And thanks everybody for keeping me company here on a Saturday. And our next, well, planning the next stream on Monday. Not sure what the time frame exactly will be because, well, we'll see how things are going. And thanks Armored Wolf for doing the moderation, and thanks Dano. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So this will make a nice little addition here. Again, here we got some of our Dragon Acolytes there. So our little general figure here with some nifty little freehand designs. And thanks Megan for hanging out with me all this time. I know it's been a wild ride, of course, right? Here we're gonna get a rate countdown going because that takes about 20 seconds or so. So marble, freehand, lots of non-metallic metals with our golds there. And here we go. We are ready to head on over. So thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you Monday.